Bueno, buenos días a todos y a todas.
Good morning to all of you. My name is Melissa Nedilski. I'm the coordinating secretariat of COSAVE, the Southern Corn Plant Health.
Le damos la bienvenida al segundo
We welcome the second regional workshop on electronic phytosanitary certification, which is intended to extend and improve the knowledge to be able to accelerate and to extend the participation of the countries in the region in the e-Phyto solution. This event would not have been possible without the collaboration and the support of SENASA Argentina, COSAVE, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Trade and Worship, and AICA, especially Engineer Lourdes Fonacheras, and the representations of Argentina and Costa Rica. We hope that throughout these 3 days, we exchange information on the current situation of Latin American countries and those of our special guests as regards e-Phyto, that we can identify and analyze obstacles for its implementation to promote a network of experts and to recognize possible areas for cooperation and construction of a regional agenda in connection to e-Phyto. As detailed in the agenda, this workshop will be structured in 3 days today, which will be developed internally here in this auditorium. We will start with an introduction to e-Phyto, international experiences, and of the regional plant protection organizations and the national plant protection organizations. Tomorrow, we will find ourselves here again to continue with the nationals presentations, and then the second part of the workshop tomorrow will be held at the Palacio San Martín, crossing the street, to develop an activity organized in working groups. And on Thursday, we will have the last plenary session with the live streaming through the 2 channels. And we will have a virtual participation of everyone who would like to join us. And we will present the conclusions of the working groups of the previous day. We will have a discussion table to talk about the objectives, the regional agenda, and also participation of the private sector.
Y un espacio destinado a reuniones bilaterales. Algunos
Some important announcements to make at the beginning of this workshop. As I said, the plenary sessions are going to be streamed live in Spanish through the SENASA's YouTube channel, SENASA Comunica, and in English through the YouTube channel of AICA, AICA News. Those streamings will be available for subsequent referral. Those of you who are following us online, if you would like to introduce yourselves in the chat box, we would appreciate it, and if you have any questions, we would answer them today in the plenary session, which will last up to 5 or 6 p.m. And then for the second day, we will only transmit in a plenary session up to 11 in the morning. You will see the details of the agenda. You can consult that in COSAVE's webpage, in the news tab. And for all interventions to be successful, we would ask you to use I don't remember the name, those devices that were given to you for the interpretation, and to use the microphones to ask the questions so that the people who are listening to you online can actually listen to the interpretation and to hear the interventions in both languages. Also in the accreditation area, you were given the cards. We would appreciate if you could have them visible at all times. We're going to do that because we are identifying the organization team. In case you require any sort of assistance, please get in contact with the team. And some of the cards, the participant ones have a QR code. So if you scan that code, you will access all the material that will be used during these 3 days. This week, the presentations of the speakers. In addition, it's important to say that at the end of the workshop, we will send to each participant a digital attendance certificate. The 3 days will have a coffee break and also lunch here in this building. And without further ado, and in order to start this workshop, we are going to give the floor to the authorities in this opening panel. First, we have engineer Diego Quiroga, who is the president pro tempore of the Southern Cone Plant Health Committee and national director of plant protection of SENASA. Hello, good morning. Thank you, Melissa. Good morning to all of you. It's a pleasure to have you here with us in Buenos Aires. I'm going to thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Argentina, who supported us in the organization, COSADE, as well, the Regional Plant Protection Organization for the Southern Cone, the authorities who supported us, who have worked with SENASA staff for the organization, AICA, as well, who's always supporting us with this kind of technical events, the presence as well of Craig from the IPPC Secretariat, who has followed up the development of e-Phyto from the beginning, when it started being developed at an international level, and the regional organizations for plant protection, these PPOs. Thank all of you. I'm sure this is going to be very productive. And just to talk a little bit about the history, almost 10 years ago, the national organizations for plant protection decided at the level of the convention to move forward with electronic phytosanitary certification. And at that time, that appeared to be something impossible. It was a very nice wish, but it seemed impossible to harmonize the phytosanitary certification in an electronic way at a world level. And nowadays, the path that we have walked with the definition of a steering group for e-Phyto,
siempre un representante de la
with the
región
participation of a representative in the region. This was
muy importante en ese momento. Fuimos la primera convención internacional que certifica, que toma esta decisión, que tiene certificados electrónicos
harmonized at an international level for exchange. And clearly, with the pandemic,
tuvimos que atravesar la
we
pandemia
had to go through the pandemic from the year 2020, and electronic certification became a much more useful tool than we actually were aware of. And that's why I think that this is the value that it has these times for all our countries, for the trade of agricultural products. The South American region, COSADE, that I'm presiding right now, consider this was a strategic decision to move forward with electronic certification, with e-Phyto, to harmonize together. And I think that is an advance that we had the workshop that we had some years ago with all the countries from Latin America. And I think that this was a key step to be able to move forward. Several of our countries are connected to the hub of the convention, some others are not. And that's why we thought it was important, and we made the decision of holding these new workshops to see where we are, what we need in our countries to be able to cooperate together, to support each other, and to move forward in this electronic certification solution. That would be all. So I thank all of you again, the authorities who are here today, and I hope that you have very fruitful days. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias por su...
Thank you very much for your words, engineer. Now we're going to give the floor to Dr. Santiago Galard, National Director of International Cooperation of the Argentine Agency for International Cooperation and Humanitarian Assistance, White Helmets, of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Trade and Worship. All that. Well, good morning to all of you, who are here present, and those of you who are online. On behalf of the Argentine Foreign Ministry of our agency, we welcome you in our house. So also some the welcome from Sabrina Frederick and our foreign minister, Santiago Cafiero. I would like to thank first and to congratulate on the work of all the institutions who have worked for this activity, SENASA, of course, the COSAVE, AICA, the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture. We have many initiatives together. We're opening this working team for the promotion of e-Phyto, electronic phytosanitary certification. You know much more than me about this, so I'm not going to make big references to that. But for the foreign ministry, it is important to work on these issues that speed up trade, that accelerate it, that turn it safer, that decrease the possibility of fraudulent documentation, that improve efficiency, speeds up the processes to release the goods at the customs. And this is connected to the actions to promote and facilitate trade promoted by our ministry, because that's under the competence of international trade, as you know. So it's a very relevant topic for us. It's connected to integration, safety, security, production, sustainable development. These are all interests for Argentina and therefore for our cooperation agency. For several years now, different institutions in Argentina have been promoting this topic, an association in particular between SENASA and the Argentine cooperation. The importance of working together. You are all technicians from 20 countries from Latin America and the Caribbean. So I hope that in this meeting, you can open the discussion, you can talk among all of you, your countries on a day-to-day basis, conduct these tasks, and that we can move forward in common criteria to facilitate tasks, to integrate us, etc. So I take advantage of this opportunity to thank SENASA, and it's very easy for us to cooperate with institutions like the ones that we have. Here at the agency, we have about 150 projects for cooperation with SENASA, with INCUCAI, with INTA, INTI, with the Ministry of Health, with the Forensic Anthropology team. So it makes our work very easy. So we value the willingness to cooperate, to share the knowledge, to become a reference. So count with us, count with the foreign ministry. I also thank the institutions that have worked and also the workers of those institutions who are the ones that have been working and this activity easier, facilitating.
Gracias. Bueno.
I say hello to you again. I hope that this is an opportunity for the joint work, that you learn a lot, that you enjoy Buenos Aires, those of you who are not from here, that you enjoy Palacio San Martín tomorrow because it's a beautiful place for you to work in. And well, thank you very much and have very fruitful days.
A continuación.
Thank you, Santiago. Now we invite Manuel Otero, the Director General of the Inter-American Institute of Cooperation on Agriculture. Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. It's so good for us to discuss electronic certification and have virtual participation. We have a face-to-face event, an on-site event, to be face-to-face to discuss issues that are so important for the future of trade. I want to stress the importance for AICA to have these strategic partners that they are making this seminar possible. The president of SENASA, the relationship with SENASA has been going on for a long time, and it's a road, a path that we have to build, we have to deepen. For institutions such as AICA, cooperation is to walk hand in hand together to strengthen the institutions and with a continental vision to help those that for some reasons are a little behind. I stress the strategic importance of COSAVE in that sense. My regards to Luna Bonacheras. I'm sure that she is hearing us and she's wishing us very good luck. And especially the owners of this house, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the FOAR program, Sabina Frederick, who is always supportive, and AICA, it's an institution that has 34 offices. It's capillary. It has presence in all the continents. And Santiago was saying this. We are working in the Caribbean, and we mentioned the Api Caribe milk, the milking industry. And I always say this, maybe because I'm Argentinian, but this country has vast knowledge and it's essential for the continent to move forward towards the sustainable development and taking rurality and agriculture as an essential axis. As for e-Phyto, after Santiago, I am the one who knows the least about this topic, but there has been great progress. There was an event in 2018, which was important. A larger number of countries are joining, and they are using these. 6 countries are trying to move forward. And as a background, Chile and Argentina were the first 2 countries that started using this tool. It's important. Santiago said this. We speed up formalities. We reduce the possibilities for being unclear. And in a continent where the intra-block trade is 14.5% of all our exports. So if you compare this with the European Union, the intra-block is 65%, or the 3 countries in the north, the US, Mexico, Canada, it's over 45%. So we have a long way to go. So here we have a tool that can help us significantly. So evidently our continent needs to be together, we need to believe in ourselves, we need to promote trade, to share technologies, and that is one of the paths. And we know, I am convinced that together obstacles will become easier to overcome. I am honored as a Director General of AICA to participate in this seminar, and by the end of this seminar, I think that we will all become stronger and we will become more familiar with this tool that will help promote trade. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Otero. Now I give the floor to the President of the Argentine Animal and Plant Health and Agri-Food Quality Service, Diana Guillen. Good morning to all of you. Thanks to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and this lovely auditorium, the Director General of AICA for their support, the International Convention, and if the hub, today I had to find out about what the hub was, so I learned about it. Without it, it wouldn't have been possible because there were doubts within the countries. I want to mention something that Manuel said before. In terms of the history, working together, COSABE was created in 1989, and I want to recognize the people who created the institute, who had a vision. Engineer Muslera in Argentina, Canade in Uruguay, Orlando Morales from Chile, and if I'm not mistaken, Engineer Maya Rocha. I'm not sure about him, if it was the second one from Brazil, and Dr. Delgado from AICA. He was the secretary of COSABE for a long time and helped us to create it, etc. and etc. And why do I say these words? Because at that time, Dr. Alfonsín was the president of Argentina. So now we're here. There have been 30 years. And it's a public policy that has survived all the political changes in Argentina. We said that the first workshop was held in 2018. It was a different political party at that time, but those are public policies. They survive all the changes in policies, and they aim at surviving, right? For us, it's very important. I was a president of SENASA, and we started working on e-Phyto. Diego, he was the authority, and we started discussing the possibility to have a certification, an electronic certification. And the truth is that as a survivor of the 20th century, for me, this is an obstacle. I have to understand it. I was hesitating. So I appreciate the vision of the international convention, the vision to make a tool available, this server for the exchange, because otherwise the countries wouldn't have been able to trust the procedure, a procedure that would not be able to give us security, confidence. We know that there is no hacking, for instance, so this makes our work easy. So that's why it's important. And we were thinking in 2013, did you say that? 2012, 2013, the pandemic did not exist, and it became a significant tool in our quarantine period when we couldn't go out, we couldn't work, and we had to have online audits and all these things that international trade had to do. So it's very important to know the beginning of a process and to see that now we have a second seminar, so we can see all the history of the process. I was a representative of Argentina within the IPPC, so I could clearly see the progress made, and I could see how some people, officers, or organizations have a vision, how that vision is constructed. As the IPPC works with knowing that everyone agrees that we follow a process, that decisions need to be unanimous, and that gives us the confidence that processes are consolidated, sometimes faster, sometimes more slowly, like in the case of the pandemic, clearly. So it's a pleasure for me to be here. And for Argentina, it's an essential tool. As Manuel said, the first work was done with Chile. At the same time, we assumed that responsibility and we started working to exchange certificates. Now we have 37% of our exports being certified with this system, this electronic system. It's a significant percentage of imports as well. As I said before, there are 30 countries. We're working on a daily basis with each country, supporting their processes. And if necessary, if we cooperate with these countries through our Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So it's a tool that we consider is essential. It's a tool that responds to some of the paperless objectives. So we are saving trees. I need to touch paper myself. It has to do with my age. It's not related to the processes and the progress that this is. It's been made. Thank you for being here. I know that it's going to be quite intense days. Hard. We have doubts, and we need to discuss them. We need to reach consensus, and that allows the progress of a tool such as this one. So I wish you fruitful days ahead, and thank you again for being here. Thank you very much for your words. We appreciate the authorities that have been able to join us here and the support of SENASA, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and ICA, for holding this regional workshop. Now we will take 5 participants to take a photo with the authorities. So we're going to ask 5 minutes, and we will ask you to wait just for 5 minutes so that we can take a photo, and we will come back shortly with the presentations.
Sí, sí.
Uno, dos, tres. Canal inglés, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, canal inglés. No, por favor.
Hay que cambiarle la. Ah, debe ser.
Hola, hola, hola.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Thank all of you for your time. We're going to start with the live streaming again, and we are going to invite our first speaker today, who will make a brief introduction to e-Phyto. The presentation is going to be made by engineer Martín de Luces. He is a director of Plant Foreign Trade of SENASA, Argentina. So Martín, if you would like to join me here on stage. Good morning to all of you here present. It's very proud to have you here in Argentina. Many familiar faces. We have had many conversations throughout these virtual years because of the pandemic with many of you, and also to remember the workshop in the year 2018, as the authorities mentioned before. So having this new workshop with another performance, we could say so, of e-Phyto. So in the year 2018, we had some doubts, of course, as to what the path would look like for electronic certification, specifically e-Phyto, that is the electronic phytosanitary certificate in the framework of the IPPC. So we're very proud, all of us here and those who are connected online, participating in this workshop. We have to be very proud of how we have moved forward since the year 2012, when we started the first workshops, the first meetings at an international level, and to be here in the year 2023 with many countries who are already connected to the hub. Some of them are testing, but it's a huge step forward that this tool has had, and that has provided us great solutions and very significant usefulness for us. So this presentation is very short. It's a brief introduction, then the specialists will refer to this. I'm an agricultural engineer. As Melissa said, I'm in charge of the plant foreign trade. And from SENASA, this is a work that we have been doing for a long time. Many familiar faces here, many members of the technical team of SENASA, of COSAVE, members of SENASA who have been part of the e-Phyto steering group at an international level. I also would like to mention Walter Alessandrini from Argentina. So he's a pride for SENASA, for Argentina, and for COSAVE as well, for the convention, for the e-Phyto group. He has contributed a lot, and unfortunately, because of work reasons, he has taken another path, but he led the way for us. So I would like to thank Walter for all this.
Para COSAVE y para la convención y el grupo, digamos, de e-Phyto ha aportado muchísimo. Y lamentablemente por cuestiones laborales han tomado otro rumbo, pero nos ha marcado un camino a todos. Así que muchas gracias, Juan. Bueno, comenzando ya un poco más con... Si no lo habían escuchado.
Just in case you did not hear my words, you had a chance to listen to everything again.
¿Continuamos?
Shall we continue? Yes? Okay. So going into the presentation itself, it's not long, as I said before. Craig from the convention is going to introduce us to the e-Phyto. He's going to explain what e-Phyto is. So basically, e-Phyto is the abbreviation of Electronic Phytosanitary Certificate, and that's specified in Annex 1 of the ISPM. It gives us that umbrella, that general framework, and it allows us to move forward in this solution, this standardization of electronic certification in the framework of the international certification. As you know, e-Phyto is electronic certification. It's in XML, and the agricultural engineers, we did not know what this was. What is XML? What does this mean? So we said, okay, Walter, what is an XML? Can you show us? And next slide. Okay, everything came together at once. So he showed us this. So we were with Guillermo, the director of the area at that time, an important member to move forward with electronic certification at SENASA and in the region. Codes, symbols. That's an XML. That's what Walter said. But the inspectors said, what is this? They are not going to understand anything. No, relax. We can change it into a format that can be interpreted by the inspectors. Okay, great. But to do this, we needed to have IT developments. And SENASA, in the year 2012, started its first developments in view of electronic certification. Then there will be a specific presentation from the Argentinian NPPO. I just wanted to highlight some things. And in this file, in this XML, you have all the information of everything that we can see in a phytosanitary certification, all the information that we need to verify as inspectors when we get a shipment from abroad or when we need to make a certification for export. But for all these fields to provide the information in the same language, we had to standardize this so that we could all speak the same language. For electronic certification and phytosanitary certification, there were some experiences, they coexist. But this is something beyond, something at the world level that is standardized, that has many more advantages than what we had for electronic certification at that moment. As I was saying before, to be able to get to that first appendix of the ISPM 12 in 2012, there was a first symposium in Brazil. We started talking about this. We started hearing about this, showing us the way forward. And in 2013, the steering e-Phyto group was created, a group that had significant participation, a highly active group, which has shown us the way over these years. At a regional level, in 2013, there was an ad hoc group at COSAVE to have a regional momentum. So these groups, the e-Phyto group of the Commission approved this appendix. This is the appendix number 1 of ISPM. This appendix gave us this general framework for standardization of the exchange of e-Phytos. So it provided the framework for countries, for the members of the convention to follow. In 2015, there was a second global e-Phyto symposium in Korea. We had the appendix, so that made it easier to do more, to think beyond, to think about the future. In 2017, this is a milestone, we could say, in terms of e-Phyto. That is the beginning of electronic certification within the framework of the convention. There was a pilot. Some countries participated, not all of them. There was a selection of them. There was a survey. Some countries were chosen. Argentina had the chance to participate in the hub pilot program, and that pilot is described in other slides, but this was a significant milestone. The results were successful, and we could prove the functioning of the hub. The hub could receive information, and NPPO could receive that information. We were not talking about content. We're not talking about the fields of the e-Phyto. We were discussing the operation of the hub. It made it possible to receive information and to emit information as well. In 2018, the third symposium at an international level with the results of the pilot program, the first workshop for Latin American countries, which was held in Argentina as well. Some of you here participated in this workshop. It was essential to have a regional momentum. Some countries said, "What is this? No, this is something different. This is new. This is something else." And at that time, people were afraid or did not know what the exchange would be like. And I particularly remember the topic of information security. Where is the hub? Who will see the information? So I think that over the years, that was clarified, and many countries started to join us with their own developments or using the GENS, an essential tool of the e-Phyto solution for the less developed countries or countries that did not have an IT system, and that made it possible for them to join this solution. And now they can issue and receive certificates. In 2020, as SENASA, we organized in early 2020, before the pandemic, an on-site workshop with the private sector, because Argentina, we were ready to start electronic certificates. We needed to make some adjustments. We were working with Chile, hand in hand with them, and then the pandemic arrived. And we said, okay, we're nearly there, so we have to continue making progress. And in May 2020, we started the electronic certification process, the paperless process. And for a country, for a border country, we have land borders. So it's a great solution. We were able to show live. At that time, there were visits. Obviously, in previous years, there were also visits. There were technical groups working. We shared experiences. We talked to inspectors on the border, disseminating the knowledge, because this may happen in any NPPOs. Maybe we are at the central level, but inspectors are at the border or at the ports, airports, and telling them that they're not going to issue certificates, they're not going to sign certificates. It's not easy. Inspectors have been working that way for 20 years, and overnight they need to press a button, and that's it. They received information. So you need to support that change. You need to support inspectors, apart from training, of course. It's a change in the certification procedure. This was a milestone at the bilateral level with Chile, regional and international as well. We were the first countries to be able to make this electronic exchange. And now this is the second workshop, 2023, and the objective of this second workshop with a path is a little different from the first one. As SENASA, as a region, we need to be committed to consolidating the e-Phyto certificate. We need to disseminate the benefits, the advantages of e-Phyto. And we need to consolidate the tool to support the implementation of the tool. Many countries have a lot of experience in terms of implementing the tool, the mistakes that we made, the advantages that it has. So we are going that way. We are walking that path. So we have to move faster. We have to have bilateral regional cooperation for countries which are working on this, and they need an extra push. We help them. We help them to join us and to overcome their fears. And this tool is going to make certification much easier for them. Oh, I need to hurry. So we mentioned this. This started with a project funded by STDF. So we can go to the next slide. Craig is going to make reference to what the hub is, what the GENS is, the standardized message. But this is the e-Phyto solution. These are the three pillars. The message, the standardized message, is essential for us to speak the same language. That is a standardized message. I mean, that's what it is. The national GENS, that's the generic e-Phyto system. That is for the countries that do not have their own system. And in 2018, it was not tested. It was being rounded up, but now it is proven. It has been tested and it works very well. And if a country uses the GENS, they will be able to issue and receive certificate because this has been tested. And what about the hub? The hub was mentioned today. It's essential. And we overcame our fears. What about the hub? What about the information in the cloud? Somebody could be reading our information. So those fears were dispelled. So let's go on. The advantages of an electronic phytosanitary certification, we are all aware of this. But as we said before, the e-Phyto solution is a global standardization, the same language. If A exchanges information with B, B will be able to exchange information with C as well. It's quite simple. Once we did this with SAG in May 2020, and in July we were exchanging information with the USA. So this is a cascading effect. Once you achieve exchange, you make it possible to exchange information. Anyone who is on GENS join, can use the tool. So what do we achieve with this? We have IT developments. There was e-Phyto work done before, but at a bilateral level, at a regional level, a group of countries, they bilaterally agreed to have an e-Phyto, but e-Phyto, the e-Phyto tool goes beyond. It minimizes the IT development. One development is for the entire world, for all the countries that can join the e-Phyto solution. So let's go ahead. We can skip this. This was the pilot program. You have the list of countries that participated in the pilot program, the results, over 18,000 exchanged certificates, and with highly successful results. So how do we move forward to implement e-Phyto? You have to have willingness. You have to take the step to make the decision. And IT development. You can use the gens. Some countries have IT teams that cannot work in the speed that we need. This is a reality, but they can use the gens. In the meantime, follow-up is essential to have feedback in the system, to contribute the lessons learned, the experience, the mistakes, to be able to consolidate the e-Phyto, to spread, to disseminate its benefits, and to cooperate in regional groups, international groups, to cooperate bilaterally in these meetings, encounters. We will get together in groups and we will be able to contribute what's good, what's bad, the experiences that we've had. And to round up, this is a photo of the workshop that we had in Argentina. This was in 2018. This is in Palacio San Martín. Many countries participated in the workshop. Some of you are trying to find yourselves on the photo. You're smiling, so you can have a look at the photos later on. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Martin, for your presentation. We're sorry for the technical difficulties that we experienced. Would like to apologize for the people who are online, more than 100 people in the English and Spanish channels who are connected. So everything has been solved, luckily. And now we're going to continue with Craig. So we invite Craig Fetchuk from the IPPC. He has a very extensive CV, so we're just going to mention some things. Craig is currently the Senior Advisor to the International Plant Protection Convention Secretariat. He's also the Director of the e-Phyto solution of the IPPC, who is making a successful effort to digitalize the exchange of phytosanitary certificates. Before that, he was Secretary and Coordinator of the IPPC. He held several positions in the Plant Protection and Quarantine Division of the Animal Plant Health Inspection Service. He was Director of Bilateral Affairs, Sanitary and Phytosanitary Affairs, the Executive Office of the President, United States Trade Representative Office, the USTR, and Chief of Staff for the AFIS International Services and Director for Asia Trade Policy in those international services. During his stay at the USTR, he was the lead negotiator on SPS issues, the United States, in multiple negotiations, in free trade agreement negotiations, and in World Trade Organization accession discussions. So Craig is going to make an introduction to the hub and the gens, the generic system. So Craig, if you can please come to the stage to give your first presentation.
I'm going to tell you when you have 5 minutes or 10 minutes, 5 left. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. And all that stuff means is just that I'm really old. I'm not going to name all the organizations and everyone responsible for having this event take place, but I want to thank them all. But most importantly, I want to say that it's really cool for me to be in the home of the World Cup champions, as well as to be in the home of tango, which is something I really cool. So if you want, we've already heard a lot about e-Phyto, but we can talk about tango or football. If you'd rather do that, raise your hands. Okay, nobody's interested. I see one, two, three, four. Okay, maybe later. So we'll start here. First slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, so everybody knows what this is, right? This is the electrical plugs. When you come to Argentina or Australia, you have one type. In Europe, you have different types. This is one of the problems that people were trying to face when they thought about creating e-Phyto. Next slide, please. And so you can see other issues, but for me, the most interesting part is the part that showed, this is from the e-Phyto system, which basically covers the interceptions of plants and other objects imported into the European Union. And the light lines are the number of interceptions where harmful organisms were found. The dark lines are the problems with the phytosanitary certificates that were in paper. So this really, I think, more than just the other things that we know how many problems there are with the certificates being lost, being counterfeited, being, having to be reissued and having to wait for the reissue. This one really underscores, for me, the real problems that e-Phyto is intended to solve. Next slide, please. This goes back even further than 2013, but you can see that even 2006, people were starting to talk about e-Phytos, primarily on a bilateral basis. And going through till this year, which now we have 123 countries registered onto the system, and 75 countries are using it live. It's really come a long way in really not that many years, but it's reflective of the devotion of the people who've worked on building the system. And of course, I have to give credit to this region, this country in particular, and again to Walter Alessandrini, who is one of the key members of the e-Phyto steering group, to put the system together. Next slide, please. So we've heard about the hub, the gens, the harmonized message, and we talked about it meeting Annex 1 of ISPM 12, but also importantly, it helps countries to comply with part of the trade facilitation agreement of the WTO. And the articles are here, Article 7.9, release of perishable goods, and especially Article 10.1, which is simplifying the formalities at the border. Next slide, please. So we've seen the XML. It's not a paper certificate, but it can be printed. It's not just a PDF or a picture of a phyto. It's all the XML language that really puts it together. Next slide, please. We can move on. Okay. So this is a picture of the hub, really what it is. It's a central system, and countries with their national system can connect, or countries who are on the gens that can connect as well. And really important for everybody to understand, and this is always a concern, has been the security And when we developed the hub, it was very fundamental to me, in order for countries to feel comfortable to use it, that the only thing the hub would do would read sort of like an exterior envelope around the phytosanitary certificate, which would contain simply the address from where it's coming and the address to where it's intended to be received. So there's no data being collected. We don't see what the products are that are being sent from one country to another. We only know that it's going from one NPPO to another NPPO. And that's all that's in the hub, which reduces any risks of hacking, et cetera, because it's not capable of seeing what's in the phytosanitary certificate itself. Only the NPPOs can see that. Next slide, please. The GENS, and I'll be given a demonstration of the GENS later today, is really a simplified web-based system. And it's amazing for me to see it, because for a long time, I hadn't really played around with it. I've been in discussions improving the way the system works. So for the first time in probably a couple of years, I accessed the GENS to be able to present a live demo of it. And it's amazing how easy it is to use. It's almost self-explanatory, and you'll see that when I show you, but it's really intended for countries that don't have the resources to develop their own national system, or don't have the resources to really have a national system at all, or don't really need a national system. It's important to remember that e-Phyto isn't mandatory. It's not, you don't have to join e-Phyto, but it really facilitates things. And in some cases, some countries may only issue 3 or 4 phytosanitary certificates a year. In one case, a South Pacific island country, I can't remember which one, I believe it might be Tonga, their phytosanitary certificate doesn't have any additional declaration space. They don't have additional declarations because they don't export anything that needs an additional declaration. So it's not mandatory, but for countries that want to have the ability to exchange digitally, we have the GENS, and I'll talk more about that. Next slide, please. Next slide. One of the things that we've done, which I find to be very interesting and exciting, is we developed, and it's not me, and it's not really, I just said, let's do this. The unit or the organization that really has done the IT work in mass is the International Computing Center of the United Nations, or UNICC. And everybody knows, I hope, that the European Union has a system called Traces, and all the European Union member countries are engaged in Traces. And rather than having each individual country connect to the hub by themselves, although there were a couple of countries that shall remain nameless, they didn't want to go through Traces, but now they do. Maybe the Dutch might be one, but I'm not going to name the Netherlands as a specific problem. Anyway, UNICC worked with the EU Traces people to set up what we call a channel so that the hub connects to the EU Traces system rather than the individual EU member countries. And so the hub will get the exporting nation's phytosanitary certificate, and then it will read the destination. But if it's an EU country, it will go to the Traces system. The Traces system will then look at the envelope addressee and send it to the receiving country. This has potential for some future opportunities that I'll talk to or speak to later on. And the EU also provided the technical information as far as the channel to the Central European Free Trade Association, which uses a Traces-like system. And now they are connected and they're testing the channel delegation for their system. Next slide, please. So this is going a little bit further, the channel forwarding. One of the things that I'm interested in doing, and I think it's time that we start doing this, is what I call channel forwarding. This would allow exporting, importing countries, should they choose to do so, at the request of an exporter or an importer, to be able to forward the e-Phyto to an importer, or give a copy of the e-Phyto, the digital copy of a Phyto, to an exporter. This would, I think, again, this is my personal opinion, this hasn't been agreed upon, and it'll be interesting to see if you all discuss it this week. I think this would allow the opportunity for e-Phytos and electronic exchanges to take a role in things like blockchains, working with grain blockchains or working with seed blockchains. There are so many of them. But again, the emphasis for me is to protect the security and, I guess, the sanctity of a phytosanitary certificate, so that it would be only at the express direction of an NPPO. This belongs to the NPPOs. e-Phyto belongs to the IPPC community. Next slide, please. So a little bit more about, what we would do, an automated type of a thing. There's a lot of work that would need to be taken into consideration to do things, giving the information and recognizing who's a legitimate recipient. That would be work that I think would be necessary to be done by the individual NPPOs or the individual countries. There's potential there, and I think that it would be really good to explore this a little bit further. Maybe it won't work, but from my perspective, I think there's potential. Next slide. So there's a lot of information. You're going to see this slide in a couple of other presentations, but this is the e-Phytoexchange.org homepage, webpage. We've got a map of the countries that are, registered, testing, and exchanging. There's information under the hub, the gens, harmonization, the technical details, the XML language mapping is there. There are individual case studies from at least 9 countries. We'd like to have some more. And there's even a video if you want to entertain your children, to show them what you do. Hey kids, watch this video. It's kind of fun if you have young kids. If you have old kids, maybe they'd like it too. I don't know. But anyway, this is a really good resource for you to connect to, find out information. And I just would encourage you to feel free to use this source as something to help you know a little bit more about what's going on, and to get some detailed information from a variety of countries that are using the system, to include how their processes worked to join the system. So it's a really useful page, and the map is kind of cool to look at too, to see. It seems like over and over we get more and more countries on board. So with that, I know that time is kind of short, so I went through this pretty quick, but you'll have to see me again later today, many times. But thanks for your attention. Next slide, please. I think that's it for me on this portion. I think. So, yeah, I think so. Yep. Yep. So.
Thank you very much, Craig. That was Craig's first presentation. He will continue making presentations today. So Craig is one of our special guests. So please feel free to ask him any questions that you deem relevant. Now we will have a short coffee break, 25 minutes, and then we will continue on the agenda. The coffee break is to your left when you leave the auditorium. So in 25 minutes, we can be back. Thank you very much, Craig, for your presentation.
Y porque dice que volvemos a las 11. Y, claro, y no, y esta placa está desactualizada porque nos atrasamos.
Si no, después sí podemos.
No sale nada.
No, está bien que digo de poner en el sentido. No importa que diga la cara, pero después de ver el
Estaba Kevin Klein y Budona, estaban esperando para darle ingreso. ¿Querés? Juan, pero van a empezar a preguntar cosas, papás. O que te vas a abrir el micrófono.
Sí, es así decimos. Están en la sala de Zoom, pero no les explico. Porque viste que ven y también.
Ah, bueno, entonces démosles ingreso y le chateamos. Damos ingreso y les contamos. Sí, ese darles ingreso y platear de alguna manera.
Sofi, ¿vos estás cambiando ya? Ah, para cambiar el audio.
Igual hay que ver si están o no. Ahora venís vos a hacer el
Emi. ¿Bien? Sí, sí. Ah, pero ya recién. Ah, bueno. Sí, listo.
Sofi, ¿tienen allá esperando a alguien para aceptar en el Zoom?
Sí.
Acéptenlo, por favor.
Perdón, se ven todo. Salgan de ahí porque se ven todos.
Ezequiel.
La placa está acá, pero.
¿Me escuchan ustedes ahí? Yo les voy a hablar por el, si quieren hablar por español, un segundito. Las estoy viendo locas, ahí las escuchan. Ahí está, perfecto. Bien, voy a probar un segundo la transmisión, ¿les parece? Ustedes si quieren hablen tranquilas. Bien, ahí está. Digan lo que quieran.
Ah, bueno. Ah, pero es porque lo tienen los demás. Pero es pedía. Ah, no.
Y vos tenés transmitiendo acá, ¿no? En YouTube, Zoom.
Sí, todo está transmitido.
Ahí vengo, ¿eh? Testing sound.
Ahí en vez del horario de vuelta, porque se ve en el de ingleses.
Chicas, si pueden, apaguen un segundo el micrófono. Ahora les pido de vuelta que lo prendan. Hola, hola. Sí, sí, sí.
No sé.
Sí, sí.
Y hay que bajar esto.
Yo te he conectado a YouTube.
Está bien, pero vamos al español ahora. Poneme el español ahí si puedes.
Sí, 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 sí. Sí, sí, sí.
Hay un tema de
Porque acá sí sale.
Hola, hola. Flavio, ¿me escuchas?
El sur está llegando.
¿Escuchas?
La pantalla está bien.
Una copita para el orador, sí. Sí.
No lo golpees, que es peor. Hola, hola. Hola, hola. Hola, hola.
Está saliendo en el canal inglés. Está saliendo aquí en el inglés porque el inglés. Pero allá el host le tiene que. Poquita limpia.
No poder presentar lo que produce.
Entra al Zoom, comparte la pantalla.
Está bien.
Listo, ya estamos. Sí, lo seguimos.
También.
Hold on
Share
mute,
screen.
please. Yes, and you have to.
Yeah, todo.
Perfecto.
Share the
And
screen.
when you want to do the
Host
demonstration,
disabled participants, right? Yeah. So,
yeah, we need to.
yeah. So, but adesso no
Ah, vos
importante.
no podés. No, de allá.
So,
Yeah. When you're
più
going to
dopo,
do
più
the
dopo.
demonstration, so you share the screen and show us what you want.
Certo. Perfetto. Okay.
Perfecto.
Okay.
Excellent. So if you want, you can leave your notebook here and do the.
Okay.
Igual acá.
One, two, three, testing.
Bien, chicas, ahora les voy a pedir que me hablen un poco en español, ¿sí? Probando para stream.
¿Te has enviado?
Probando para stream. Listo.
Subime el loco que ahora empieza. ¿Ya están las redes todo? Hay que esperar unos segundos que se conecten, ¿no?
No, porque esto sí era-
Bueno, vamos a retomar con la segunda parte.
Okay, we will resume with the second part of the workshop.
Bueno, por mi parte, darles las bienvenidas.
I would like to welcome you again.
Mi nombre es
My name is Ezequiel Ferro.
Soy
I am the coordinator of International Phytosanitary Affairs at the National Directorate for Plant Protection, SENASA.
formo parte del
I am also part of the group and I coordinate the technical group for electronic certification of COSAVE. I'm going to do something that I didn't do before, which is this.
¿Qué va a hacer?
Wear my glasses, that is time and its consequences.
Me indican, por favor, de recordarles,
I was told to remind you to have your ID cards visible. We are inside the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so you should keep your ID cards visible and to keep safe your receivers. And you can contact the organizing team in case you need anything. So let us continue with the second part of this workshop. With the shared session, we will have 4 speakers, international speakers. We are very happy to have the opportunity to have these speakers. They have kindly agreed to share their experiences. And at the end of their presentations, we are going to have a Q&A session. So we're going to ask the speakers if it's possible for you to remain online for this Q&A session. To start, I'm going to invite Craig Fetchcock. He's going to talk to us about e-Phyto, the world status of e-Phyto. I'm going to remind you that we're going to have his presentation, and after that, Christian Delis from the USDA office is going to make his presentation, then Ms. Tonam Kim from Korea, and Helen Klein from the European Union. And when it's their turn, we're going to introduce them to you. We're going to tell you about their experiences, their background. So Craig, if you would like to come on stage and make a presentation.
Thank you, Ezekiel. And yeah, so going back to football, so the next World Cup's going to be, I think, in US, Mexico, and Canada. So anyway, we'll talk about that at lunch. So going into the international perspective, Article 4 of the convention itself talks about the requirements for national plant protection organizations, or NPPOs. And if you go to the next slide, issuance of certificates. And the issuance of certificates is one part of Article 4 of the convention, but it basically says NPPOs have the responsibility to issue phytosanitary certificates, talking about the phytosanitary condition and the origins of the plants or plant products. So this is really the legal justification for a phytosanitary certificate to exist. Next slide, please. But then, of course, we've talked about the annex to ISPM 12, which talks about phytosanitary certificates can be in electronic form, so it's legitimate. And they are the electronic equivalent of the wording and data of phytosanitary certificates in paper form. Now, this is legitimizing the use of electronic phytosanitary certification, or e-Phytos. I recognize that some countries in the world still need legislation to allow, national legislation to allow for the use of electronic phytosanitary certificates. But if you're a member of the IPPC, if you're a signatory to the convention, you have the justification to advocate for those legal changes if necessary. Some countries already have that, but this is just a point to be made. You have the legal justification based on the standards. Next slide, please. So this is the most recent updated map for who's on board, who's registered, who's testing, who's live. I don't know if you can see, but the countries in green are the countries that are technically exchanging. I'd point out, and I'm going to do this intentionally, some countries are exchanging, but they're only receiving. Some countries are receiving, but they're not reading the e-Phytos. They're just receiving. They're capable of receiving. Maybe they can't issue. They are represented on this map in green, but they're not necessarily utilizing the system as it should be utilized. They're connected, they can receive, and so the way the system recognizes the participation of the countries on the map, they're shown up in green. So a country like Australia, for example, can receive, but they still have not joined the system officially. They can receive e-Phytos, they can read them, but they're still focused on paper. Same is true for a couple of other countries around the world. I point out Australia because this can be a trade problem sometimes. Other countries are testing. Some countries have taken a long time to come on board the system. Some countries have taken a very short time. And I'd like to point out an example, a couple of examples in Africa. Madagascar has their own national single window system, and they're connected to the e-Phyto system. And this took place over the period of about 9 months. Cote d'Ivoire, another African country, has a national single window system, and they are connected to the hub and they're exchanging. So it begs the question, what needs to be done in some of the other more developed countries? And usually what it is, it's a function of an effort to have a big national single window system that encompasses not only plants and plant products, not only animal products, but food safety certificates. And so that puts a little bit of a delay. But at the same time, I'm very proud of countries like Argentina, Chile, and the African countries that have come on board using their national single window systems, and they're moving quickly. So that's just a point I'd like to make. Next slide, please. So these are current as of pretty much, I guess it would have been the middle of last week. As you can see, there's been a significant growth since really we started testing the system. And it's interesting, when India came on board, there was a significant jump to almost 180,000 e-Phytos going through the system per month. Roughly, the average is still around 120 to 130,000 e-Phytos going through the system each month. The system was built to handle up to 100,000 certificates a day. So there's a lot of room for growth. And one thing I like to encourage is other types of certificates can also be put into the system if they're properly formatted in the XML that we all know Walter and other members of the ESG pioneered to put together. Next slide, please. So this is some interesting information that the economists at FAO put together. And it's amazing that they could see this just from looking at the numbers of phytos going through the system. And we let them see how many phytos were going in country pairs and things of this nature. But one of the key things, well, these are very key. The value of trade using e-Phytos grew by 225% between January and February 2020. What happened in January and February 2020? COVID-19 came. And then from 1 billion to 3.2 billion US dollars in the same period of time. Interestingly, from January 2020 to December 2021, and that's the most recent data they have, the value of plant exports increased by 682% in the e-Phyto. And the value of plant products increased from 4.8 billion US dollars in 2018 to more than 79 billion US dollars by the end of 2021. They're working on compiling the data for the end of 2022. It takes a lot of work because they have to get all the figures and things like that, but I can pretty much guarantee that there's going to be a slight increase. And if you look at the numbers going back to the graph where it's taken a big jump with India's use of the system, you can probably expect that these numbers will significantly increase. But at the end of 2021, only 10.6% of all plants and plant products were traded through e-Phyto. And I'm pretty sure 2022 is going to show a pretty significant increase too, because we've really grown exponentially in the past year and a half. Next slide, please. So you can see how the graph shows the change over time from 2017, and it's on a growth path, and I think this will change significantly in the coming years. It's kind of exciting to see this because it's really reflective of the uptake of the system among countries that are using the system. Next slide, please. So we talked about recent enhancements. I talked about the channel, but as many of you know who exchange with or who trade with the European Union, they require for their traces system a digital or e-signature or an e-seal. We facilitated that for the gens, and we also can provide instructions on how to do that using a national system. So there's information available as to how to do that. And a number of countries in Africa have already started making use of this, and I'm sure countries in the region will be able to take use of this. And if you need more information, you can contact UNICC directly. They can provide you with the information. It's all available, and it's really a pretty straightforward approach to getting into trading with the European Union through e-Phyto. Next slide, please. So some future things, and I'll talk a little bit more about other future things, but right now we have a focus group on sustainably funding e-Phyto. We get resources, financial resources, and human resources for the system from a number of the contracting parties. Unfortunately, only 8 in total, but we have enough financial resources to keep the system running through the end of next year. And the real intent of the sustainable funding is to sustain the system for many years into the future. There have been a couple of approaches that have been discussed. One has been with regard to basically recommending to countries that they provide some resources based on their economic size, their GDP. That was not super welcomed during the most recent Commission on Phytosanitary Measures, or CPM. Another option that's being actively explored is to have regular funding from the FAO budget. The FAO budget, part of the funding for the IPPC Secretariat, which is responsible for paying for the e-Phyto, comes from the FAO regular budget. Some comes from resources donated by member countries. I think there's more of a feeling that FAO could cover this. And in relative terms, even though it's roughly about $1 million a year to cover the costs of the system, that includes everything with digital as well as paying for the personnel involved. And there's only really one full-time person, that's me, in the Secretariat working on this. You know, I think it's going to be an interesting question going into the future, but we'll see what happens. We've translated the gens into French and Arabic. We would like to have it translated into Spanish. It's a lot of work. We've been doing things to enhance the channel. I talked a little bit about potentially working with blockchains, bills of lading, things like that. We have e-payment is now available. There's a e-payment facility available in the gens. Some countries have made good use of it. Anything we really do to enhance the system, especially the gens, when we take into consideration suggestions or proposals, or can you do this, can you do that, we sit back and we think, you know, what's going to be something that can be applied not just for one specific country, but would be to the benefit of all users should they choose to do that. So when we look at this, e-payments seems like it's a pretty good idea. There are some others that we're looking at. We keep trying to collaborate with other organizations like the World Organization for Animal Health, Codex, to see, or at least nudge them a little bit, push them in the proper direction. And this is something plant protection people, PPQ people, plant quarantine people can be very proud of. We're way ahead of the veterinarians and the food safety specialists in terms of digital exchanges. And we should maybe grab their hands and walk them slowly into the future, helping them along. We also do a lot of workshops with NPPOs. We've done some that have had as few as like 7 participants to 350 participants. And we do those in collaboration with industry, sometimes with industry and the World Bank. And then another key partner for us is the Global Alliance for Trade Facilitation. And that's part of the World Economic Forum. And they've provided support, both financial and human resources, to establish national single window systems. Madagascar is a good example. Morocco, Jordan. They helped finance the translation of the system into Arabic. They facilitated the e-signature, et cetera. They've been a really key partner for us. The World Bank has done some activities in a couple of countries. They're slowly but surely coming along. And we're looking also to link with other non-government systems, like I said, blockchains, et cetera, but also some of the single window systems in individual countries, looking in many places how to work with customs. And we're really trying, but it's very frustrating to work with the Asakuda system, the Asakuda world, but they seem to be very reluctant to move forward and engaging with us. But we keep trying, and we're trying to take advantage of our relationship with the World Bank to move them along as well. Next slide, please. So some other roadmap enhancements, these are more technical, and I'm sure that the copy of the PowerPoint will be shared with you. These are some of the things we're working, thinking about, including IDs of the consignee to allow for the exporter's national registration number, looking how to make changes, collaboration enhancements, improving the reporting dashboard. Next slide. Looking at the data centers that we use, there are going to be some changes at UNICC, but they have backup data centers. One's in Brindisi, Italy. Another one is in Valencia, Spain, and a third is in New Jersey, outside of New York. Just as backups, we have those already, but there are going to be some changes in Switzerland, so they're trying to make sure we're prepared for that. Looking to register importer registration, different types of certificates. Next, please. And on, place of inspection, company registration, reporting, inspection reports, things of that nature. We're looking at potentially doing these things. But again, when we take these into consideration, we look at it from the perspective of what can be applied by any of the users, not just a specific country. Next, please. So as I said, we collaborate with a lot of different places. It's kind of unique because we collaborate with industry, we collaborate with other organizations. So it's almost as if we have a separate e-Phyto organization, because we have the individual NPPOs that contribute, and we have the Global Alliance. We have an industry advisory group made up of international industry organizations that participates with us. We receive funding and support, additional support from the Standards and Trade Development Facility. We work with the World Bank, and we're also at least communicating with the World Customs Organization, and there's some potential there. I was talking to Rodrigo from Chile, and they track sea containers, but not for food, not for plants, but they track sea containers for illegal things. And that may be an opportunity to use e-Phyto to track the containers. And of course, sea containers is a big discussion going on within the IPPC community. Should we have a standard? Should we have recommendations? So it's another avenue of collaboration. And with industry, we have not just getting businesses in countries to know what's going on, but when they find out what e-Phyto can do, what it can mean for them, which is saving money, they become advocates within the country. They can become, supporters to go to the ministers or senior levels of government to say, look, why aren't you using e-Phyto? I mean, it's there. It's something you can do. So it's a benefit to engage with industry from that perspective, because they're saving a lot of money. Now, it hasn't been released yet, and it's still unofficial, but I know, because I've seen it, that Morocco as a country believes that they've saved up to almost $40 million per year by using e-Phyto as opposed to using paper. That's their national government. So you think about businesses who use the express mail systems to send the paper certificates at, say $50 US per shipment or what have you, and how many shipments do they do? There's a lot of money being saved. So that's another reason to think about sustainable funding in the future, but it's a good resource to have. And of course, the World Bank has a lot of money for gigantic projects, and it's always nice if they set a little bit aside so we can have an e-Phyto project. And this has happened in a number of countries, Nepal, Cote d'Ivoire. We're working in Burkina Faso with them. And of course, the Global Alliance has just been really good and moving really fast in a number of countries, at least 7 so far. And I think they have maybe another 5 that they're interested in doing pretty quickly. So I think I'm almost at the last slide. Yep, again, you can go to the next slide and you'll see the same e-Phytoexchange.org page. I think. Next slide. Yeah, so just a reminder, you'll see it again, but it really has a lot of information if you want to learn more. So I think that's it for this part. Yep.
Muy bien, muchas gracias, Craig. Muy interesante. Creo que es muy importante en este foro compartir los avances implementados por la CIPF y cuáles son los planes a futuro para seguir fortaleciendo esta herramienta. Me quedaron algunos numeritos ahí resonando en la cabeza, como el ahorro que mencionó de Marruecos por usar e-Phyto. Muy interesante ese dato. Son los típicos números que siempre nos preguntamos en la práctica qué impacto tendrá, ¿no? Bueno, me parece un ejemplo muy concreto. Bien. Vamos a dar paso entonces al próximo expositor, que lo tenemos vía remota, en relación al contexto internacional también. Tendremos la presentación de Christian Delis, representante del Servicio de Inspección de Sanidad Animal y Vegetal, el e-Phys, del Departamento de Agricultura de los Estados Unidos, y presidente del grupo directivo de e-Phyto, el e-Phyto Steering Group, de la CIPF, y que nos realizará una actualización sobre las actividades de este grupo. No sé si lo tenemos a Christian ya conectado, y si nos puede oír. Christian, ¿estás por ahí? Si no, denos un minuto que lo conectamos y nos hace la presentación. Christian, ¿puedes oírnos?
Christian, can you hear us?
¿Está teniendo algún problema con el audio?
Maybe you're having some audio difficulties. Just 1 second.
Christian, si nos escuchas.
Christian, if you can hear us, please give us a minute because we're having some technical difficulties here. So please bear with us.
Hello, can you hear me now? Okay, perfect. Sorry about that. I'll try to share my presentation. And thank you all for allowing me to be here today. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. And as Ezekiel mentioned, I am Christian Dellis with the United States Department of Agriculture, Plant Protection and Quarantine. Been involved with e-Phyto for almost 14 years now, and I'm currently the chairperson of the IPPC steering group. My presentation will be relatively brief, and it will focus on the steering group plus a couple of lessons learned that I think have been beneficial, at least from our perspective. But I won't go into a lot of detail with regards to the U.S. situation,
Voy a
because
hablar de la
Definitely from
situación de
NAPO
Estados Unidos,
be
algunos
covering it later
detalles
this week.
de NAPO.
So the e-Phyto steering group, we have
e-Phyto y
representatives
su
from
grupo
each FAO
directivo.
region. We are
Es-
currently missing a representative from the Pacific
Tenemos un
region.
representante
Peter
de cada
Nimmons from
región de
Australia
la
has left,
FAO
and we're looking for a
en
replacement.
Australia.
We have monthly conference calls where we
Tenemos
provide status
mensualmente
updates for each
llamadas de
region,
conferencias
challenges
y
or issues that
los
the regions are
desafíos,
encountering,
las cuestiones
and
que
provide
encuentran las
feedback to the
regiones y brindamos
UNICC on
feedback
upcoming changes.
sobre
In
los
addition to that,
cambios.
I
Además de
personally
eso,
talk with the
personalmente
UNICC quite a bit on reviewing
hablo con
requests that come in so that then we can
el
prioritize
CICE
them
en
through the
cuanto
whole
a
steering
los
group.
cambios próximos
We review
por venir.
documents that need
Hablamos también
review,
sobre
try
la
to
revisión de los
improve documents like the
documentos,
mapping document or the
los documentos de
guidelines for
mapeo, las
implementation.
directrices
I think
que
the biggest
redactar.
thing that
Creo que
many of us have done historically is assist countries in
históricamente
implementing
asistimos a los
the e-Phyto
países
solution.
en implementar
And
la
again,
solución
as Craig
e-Phyto
mentioned, we evaluate new functional
y
requests.
evaluamos
This can be for either
las
the hub
solicitudes, los pedidos
or the generic
funcionales.
system.
Y
And a
en
lot
el
of times we do
sistema
look at how that
vemos cómo
change will
ese
affect people that are
cambio
currently
afecta
exchanging, because we
a
don't
las
want to
personas, al
do something that's
intercambio
going to
de
disrupt
certificados.
the countries that have already implemented
Y
e-Phyto.
vemos también qué ocurre
But
con
we
los
also
países que
want
ya
to
están
find things that
implementando
are,
e-Phyto.
so to speak, worth the
De
money
alguna
or get the
manera,
biggest bang for the buck. Because
vemos
if
la
it's only going to help
situación
one of the countries that's participating versus something that could help many of the countries participating, a lot of times those things take priority, particularly with regards to the generic system. Other items the steering group does is participate in workshops. We work closely with the industry advisory group on country meetings and outreach events, discussions with other organizations, both public and private, and training or testing with new countries. And again, this can vary dramatically depending on the country and if they are using the GINs or their own system. This can be a very quick thing. We worked closely with several Caribbean countries to provide training, and they got up and running quickly. And then we've been testing with some other countries for probably more than a year now, but they haven't taken the next step to begin exchanging. And then if they actually have their own system, there's not much we can do there until they can actually send us test messages. And then we're able to provide feedback on their schema and where we can and cannot read it and what problems or fields there are that are leading to the discrepancies. And we're also able to send test messages to any country once they're ready and happy to do so. So some other considerations, benefits are truly being realized now. As Craig mentioned, there's a lot of investigation being done into exactly how much cost or time is being saved. We've had a number of instances of fraud being captured now, so it's actually being eliminated. I think there's some other benefits that people don't talk about that much, but it's definitely tied to the capacity to have much better reporting and much better risk analysis as time goes. Because if you see that you've gotten something in over and over without any problems, you may be able to divert your resources to the things that are more risky. And hopefully it actually helps with the overall pest risk analysis process in the future, because we'll have more data available to us at the beginning. And I'd like to sort of emphasize one other point. Once you begin exchanging, it's not over. That there is a constant need for monitoring and troubleshooting. We've got a pretty good network with the countries we're exchanging with. Whenever one phyto runs into a problem, we follow up very quickly so that the shipment's not delayed for the importer or exporter, and we sort of can address why that problem happened within our own systems and make the necessary changes. It doesn't happen a lot. I think we sent close to 300,000 e-Phytos last year, and we had problems on about 20. So it's just something that you have to be aware of and make sure somebody is doing. The hub has a pretty good interface for monitoring as well. And here's just a simple paper benefit that is very easy for people to understand. On the left is a certificate we used to traditionally get from Argentina in paper. And on the right is that same certificate when we received an e-Phyto and put it in our format. So every e-Phyto that we receive from around the world, we now put in this format you see on the right. This standardized format leads to much easier document review for our inspectors and actually streamlines the entry process. Here's a couple other things that we've done within our system that I think are very useful. On the top is just showing the phytos that we've received from Colombia, and we automatically repackage every phyto and send to our Customs and Border Protection officials. So you can see that indication here. Because that's automatically sent to the CBP system, which is the U.S.'s single window system, as long as the importer can provide the phytosanitary certificate number in the appropriate way, then we don't need any paper as soon as we start receiving e-Phytos. And on the outgoing side, this is displayed to our even industry users. We've included 2 new columns for e-Phyto sent and e-Phyto received. So sent is when we send it to the IPPC hub, and received is when the foreign country actually pulls it down into their system. It wasn't always very transparent to our industry users that e-Phyto started. It's really an automatic process that happens at the end. So we had to include some information so that industry was aware of the status of their e-Phyto. We've also added an indicator to paper phytos that says sent via e-Phyto. That way the industry and the receiving country, if they're ever presented with the paper, have a clear indication that they should have gotten this document via e-Phyto. And those are just a few things that we've implemented in our system after we started doing e-Phytos because of challenges that we have experienced with the transparency of the whole process. And that's all I really had for today. I really thank you again for allowing me to come. And it's nice to see some of my colleagues that we've worked closely with, and I look forward to hearing Donam and Helene's presentations as well. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chris, for your presentation, for participating in this workshop, and to having the time to be online. And after the speakers make their presentations, we're going to have a Q&A session. So if you can please stay, that would be great. Otherwise, we will keep in touch. I think that it's very important for us, for the countries in our region, what Chris mentioned about training of the steering group. So it's good for us to take note of that for any question or comment that we can make. To continue and to share the current situation of e-Phyto in South Korea, we have the participation also remotely online of Ms. Donan Kim. She's a deputy director of the Plant Quarantine Department. It's the Animal and Plant quarantine agency, APQA, and she's in charge of e-Phyto in her country. Donam joined the Animal and Plant Quarantine Agency in 2004 as an inspector in the regional office of Jumbu. She is currently the director's assistant in the export management division. She graduated in agricultural biology and she holds a master's degree in agricultural entomology. So, Donam King, you have the floor. Can you hear us?
Hello, can you hear my voice?
Conexión.
Sí, ¿me pueden oír?
Hello, everyone. My name is Donam Kim, working at the Animal and Plant Quarantine Agency of Korea. It's a pleasure to have a chance to present Korea's e-Phyto story in Kosabet's workshop.
La situación actual de e-Phyto en Corea del Sur.
My presentation is divided
Mi presentación se divide en tres
partes.
partes. La primera es la implementación de la solución e-Phyto. La segunda parte es el estado del intercambio actual de Corea y el tercero tiene que ver con los desafíos y la planificación a futuro. Primero, voy a contarles sobre la implementación de la solución e-Phyto en Corea. Primero les voy a hablar sobre la implementación en Corea, el desarrollo del sistema de verificación de certificados fitosanitarios.
Phytosanitary certificate is a essential document for the trade, but there has always a problem related with the authenticity. To solve this problem, Korea developed the phytosanitary certificate checking system in 2004, and importing country can check the authenticity of the PT of Korea by visiting website using the ID issued by APQA. From 2005, Korea developed the e-Phyto exchange system between countries such as Australia, Netherlands, but it could not be used due to the differences in production and exchange method by country. In 2010, Korea advanced the e-Phyto system such as application of the international standard format, expansion of the exchange system, etc. e-Phyto exchange mechanism has been adopted in 2014 as an Appendix 1 of the ISPM 12. Korea adjusts e-Phyto system according to the Appendix 1 of ISPM 12. Step 3 for the implementation of the e-Phyto in Korea is making a domestic legal basis for the use of the e-Phyto. For this, APQA revised the Plant Protection Act so that e-Phyto can be recognized as the same effect as paper certificate. From 2017 to 2018, Korea participated IPPC e-Phyto Global Hub Pilot Program and successfully extended e-Phyto through IPPC Hub. For the last step, Korea has been conducted a trial operation with the US and New Zealand in 2020. Among the countries that have been trialed, started commercialization for the first time in the USA. Korea also has actively embarked internationally for the e-Phyto solution implementation, such as hosting first and second e-Phyto Global Symposium in Korea and attending a APPC e-Phyto steering group. I would like to explain about implementation type of Korea. Korea have implemented e-Phyto through our own national system. It is because our own national system is built on the single window system, to facilitate exchanging electronic information between other regulatory agencies. In addition to this, our national system is not only produce 5% certificate, but also is connected to various databases and other internal quarantine systems. This is APQA's internal system named Plant Information System, and Korean inspector put the import and export quarantine measure in this system. This system is connected to the e-Phyto system of Korea. Korean inspector can confirm that e-Phyto has been sent to the exporting country after passing export quarantine inspection in this system. This is Korea's e-Phyto system. Korean inspector can check transmission and reception status of e-Phyto in this system. This picture shows that the paper certificate for consignment from Korea sent to USA by e-Phyto. And also we can know that this consignment has been issued e-Phyto and paper PC together. Next, I will explain how Korean importer and exporter can submit and issue e-Phyto. First is import. When importer applied import inspection through custom single window system, they can put e-Phyto number in the single window system. This info automatically transferred to the APQA system, which is connected to the IPPC hub to retrieve the e-Phyto. Next is export. When exporter apply export inspection through custom single window system, e-Phyto is transferred to the hub on approval of the Korean inspector after finished inspection. Exporter can request issuing paper PC along with the e-Phyto transmission in this site. Korean exporter will submit this e-Phyto number when apply import inspection. Second part of my presentation is about current e-Phyto exchanges features of Korea. There are 4 steps for the commercialization of the e-Phyto in Korea. First step is receipt of the official exchange request. Second step is exchange of XML sample files for each type of paper PC. Step 3 is conducting compatibility tests for a certain period. After confirming the stability of the transmission, Korea began the commercialization. Korea commercialized with the 2 countries. First commercialization country is USA and started from the 2021. e-Phyto is being sent for all consignment exported, imported from both countries. Almost 60,000 e-Phyto has been exchanged during 2021 and 2022. Second commercialization country is New Zealand and started from 2022. e-Phyto is being sent for all agriculture consignment for both countries. Those two commercialized countries exchange condition is still successful. I would like to share Korea's promotional video of the e-Phyto made after first commercialization with the USA. Let's take a look.
¿Dónde está? Estábamos, ¿se escucha? Estábamos tratando de avisarle a
Thank you for watching.
sin audio,
Oh,
porque lo tiene que compartir. Ahora tendría que compartir desde allí el audio. Puedes intentar nuevamente.
now Korea is discussed e-Phyto exchange with the 6 countries. In case of chance using country, we are discussing with the Guatemala, Sri Lanka, and Israel. Discussion with the Guatemala and Sri Lanka has been started from 2021, and soon we commercialized with those countries. During test with the Guatemala and Sri Lanka, we found some errors, such as breaking Spanish, etc., and we fixed this problem. Israel has started its discussion recently, and XML file exchange and test will be conducted. Australia has been started from 2022, and currently outgoing tests only conducted at the request of the Australia. During the first half of the year, we plan to start commercialization of the Korean agriculture product exported to Australia. Thailand has started the exchange discussion from end of the 2022, and currently incoming tests only conducted at the request of the Thailand. Discussion with the EU is started from 2022, and now we are set up e-signature. After set up this function, we will conduct tests with the country that use trade list only. From February of this year, discussion with the Chile has been started. One of the exchange plan of this year is start discussion with the China, and will be request to discussion to China the second half of this year. My last presentation is about the challenge and future planning. I would like to speak about the challenges that we encountered during the e-Phyto implementation in Korea. First, some country request additional functions such as SPS acknowledgement and e-signature. This function may be required depending on the country situation, but I think commercialization will be a little faster if there are no functional requirements that are not essential for sending and receiving. Second, implementation request condition is different for each country. Australia requests outgoing only, Thailand requests incoming only, and Israel wants to apply e-Phyto only citrus. Therefore, additional time is required for e-Phyto exchange in both directions. Also, there are some delay of response from the exchange country, and even though commercialization request paper certificate also still challenge. Internally, there are also difficulties in preparing the cost of maintain and update e-Phyto system and adjusting the speed of the work with our technical team. Lastly, I will speak about the future planning. We will more speed up for the commercialization in this year and actively promote the e-Phyto only use to our exporter. Also, we should preparing for the e-Phyto sustainable funding mechanism and connection with other SPS certificates. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And in spite of the time difference that we have with Korea, we have 12-hour difference. It's midnight there, so I know it's great effort for you to be there, so thank you very much. And at the end, we have one presentation, and then we have the Q&A session. So if you can please stay for the Q&A session, we appreciate that. Donna mentioned the challenges and the delays to provide answers, so that is something that we should take note of and to see how we can tackle those problems. Next, I'm going to give the floor to Ms. Helen Klein. She's the head of sector of traces in SOC of the Directorate General for Health and Food Safety, DG Sante. She joined the Commission in 2002 as a legislative veterinary officer, and after 16 years of responsibility for different files in the area of animal health, she was appointed business manager of traces in charge of daily operations of the system. And since January the 1st, she has become a member of the European region. She has become a European region member of the IPPC e-Phyto steering group. And she's the IPPC e-Phyto solution single contact point for the European Union. So she will tell us about the current situation of e-Phyto in the European Union. Helen, are you there? Are you online?
Yes, yes. Can you hear me?
Perfecto. Adelante.
Sorry, can you repeat? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, good morning, good afternoon from Brussels, and maybe good evening for some of you. Thank you very much for this invitation to participate to this workshop. It's a pleasure to be with you, and it's a pleasure to show how successful is this solution. I will start by explaining what traces is in simple word. Or I don't see anymore my presentation. Sorry.
Un minuto, Helen.
1 minute, Helen, please.
¿Puedes verla, Helen?
Can you see it, Helen?
No, I'm still seeing black screen from. Okay, now it's back. Yeah. Okay, so I will just briefly explain what traces is and then explain the importance of the electronic phytosanitary certificate, which is defined in EU legislation, and this is important part of the subject. Then explain the features that are important for traces that were made available for us from this e-Phyto solution, and then explain all this module that we have in traces in relation to plants, and then finally the challenges. Can you go to the next slide and maybe the next one immediately?
Un segundo, Helen.
Next one, please.
Just 1 second, Helen.
Estamos intentando compartir.
We are trying to share
the third one.
The presentation.
Can you go immediately to the third slide? Yeah, perfect. So Traces is a platform which is maintained by DG Santé of the European Commission. It is used since 2004, and it was built for vets mainly first, initially. And it is a platform which is shared by businesses and competent authority in the EU and outside the EU. The purpose of Traces is to help for the border clearance of live animals, animal product, food and feed of non-animal origin and plants, and for certification, SPS certification, so for EU imports of live animal product, food and feed of non-animal origin and plants, intra-EU trade in live animal and certain animal product, and EU export of live animal, certain animal product and plants. We have 92 countries using Traces in the world. Oh, can you go back to the other slides? The third one, please. Yes, and in 2022, we reached more than 70,000 users in the world, which means users that were using in the last 10 months of the year. Amongst them, we have 55 businesses, 55% businesses, and 43% of competent authority. Traces is used. You can go to the next slide. Traces is used to produce a certain type of documents. So, as I said, for vets first, and for the plant experts. And we have reached last year 35% of the total number of document issuing Traces for plants. So you see that we reach for the entry document, which are the documents that are used at the border by EU officials. We have reached more than 1 million documents. And for the Phyto, both those producing Traces and those that we receive from the hub, we have reached now 12% of the 4.6 million document in 2022. I lost the presentation, but you can go to the next slide. The fourth one, the fifth one, sorry.
No, ahora está en la número 5. ¿Vale?
I cannot see my presentation anymore. Okay, good. So here it's important to explain that we have laid down legislation on electronic phytosanitary certificate and in general on electronic certificate. For the certificate that are sent to the EU, they can be either produced in Traces or exchanged with Traces to the hub. We don't do any more bilateral exchange of certificates, and I think we never did that. For those producing Traces, we ask a simple electronic signature by the certifying officer. So there is no personal signature for the certifying officer, and we apply an electronic seal of the issuing authority. For those that we receive from the hub, we only request the seal at the same level, so advanced or qualified, of the seal of the issuing authority. When it comes to a certificate that we send to outside the EU, they are either produced inside traces and then submitted to the hub when the country is connected to the hub. And here again, we have no personal signature for the certifying officer, but only an electronic seal of the issuing authority. And the other solution is also that we accept that member states use their own system as long as they send first the data to traces and then we submit those data to the hub. And in this case, again, there is no need for personal signature of the certifying officer, but it's important to transmit the data at the time of signature and transmission sealed with the seal of the issuing authority. Next slide, please. Then the key features that we are using in traces for the EU is, of course, the channel delegation, which is used for single window system, by which we can handle sending and receiving e-Phyto on behalf of the member states. So when the country wants to send e-Phyto to any member state, they simply put the name of the country and of the member states, and the message is pulled by traces and delivered to the intended member states. And on the other side, the member state can send e-Phyto to country from or through traces, depending if they produce the certificate in traces or not. And the message is pushed by traces to the hub and delivered to the intended importing country. Then we have also the feature called channel forwarding that we use for one member state which is still connected to the hub and for which we can receive a copy of the message that that it receives. And we are also happy with certain GENS feature like the electronic signature, of course, because this is something that we ask for receiving the Phyto and abandoning the presentation of the paper. The UN law code or ISO country code as point of entry, this is something that is important for us to improve the visibility of our Phyto and help for the delivery to the right border control post of the EU and not all the border control posts of the member states when we use the ISO country code. And the last feature is the offline commodity upload, which is a kind of Excel table, which is used to have a lot of commodity line for certain Phyto. We had some issue with some countries which has the difficulty, and it's also a burden to encode a lot of entries in a Phyto. The next slide, please. As regards the plant modules that are available in traces, what is important to know is that we have the Phyto module, which is the module which is used by certain non-EU countries to send or to produce their Phyto to the EU. And it is also used by member states to produce their Phyto to outside the EU. And we have the module called IPPC e-Phyto, which is used to receive Phyto to the EU by certain countries, and which is also used by member states to submit their Phyto through traces through the hub to the importing country. And we have on the bottom of this slide also a screenshot of the Common Health Entry document, which is a module which helps the country to monitor the outcome of the official controls that are performed on the consignment of plant and plant product entering the Union. So it's important to know that we do not anymore send any emails on the non-compliance that we detect at the border, but this simply we give access to any country in the world to see this entry document. Then the next slide is the state of play of where we are in terms of import first, to import into the EU. Next slide, please. The one before, please. Yeah. Yeah, that one. So we, as I said, we have two modules. So the first does not concern the hub and the e-Phyto solution, but it is important to note that we have a lot of country that is using it, at least for a lot of Phyto, which is the 5 French overseas territories, Tunisia and UKGB. For Tunisia, they use traces in parallel of the gens, and they use traces to export to the EU and the gens to export outside the EU. For GB, they use traces pending the connection of their system to the hub. Egypt is also in the same situation as GB, and we are just waiting for receiving the first e-Phyto in traces, and we have trained for the country, for the Latin American country. We have trained last month El Salvador for using traces interactively. And on the other side, we have all the phytosanitary certificate that we receive through the hub since May 2020. And you can see the amazing number, which is more than 1 million Phyto, which we have received through the hub. In March, it was 55,000 e-Phyto delivers, which, if I'm not mistaken, is around 1/3 of the hub monthly exchanges. And certain days, we may receive up to 2,000 e-Phyto per day. We receive Phytos from 25 countries. I put in red the country of the region. So it's Argentina, Costa Rica, Chile, Mexico, Dominican Republic, Panama, Guatemala, Colombia. All those countries are sending Phyto paperless. It means that they were able to seal the XML data that they send through the hub to traces. And we are still waiting for other countries, which are still in paper, which is Nepal, Madagascar, Jordan, and the last one is the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. So those four, for the last 3, if I'm not mistaken, this is a gens, so we are waiting for the UNICC to equip them. And for Nepal, we are still waiting for them to apply the seal. It seems that it's difficult because we didn't hear from them from a lot of time. Then we are in discussion with certain country like Ecuador or Peru. It's really something intermittent, I would say. It's we are in contact and then nothing happens. So far, the last exchange were more with Uzbekistan, which is actively testing with us, and the case is that they are both, sometimes they are working in both sides, sending and receiving. So, but yeah, so we are waiting for those two also to manage to send in production soon. And then we have also contact with countries like India that were taken in India when I was in India in January. China with our colleague in the e-Phyto steering group, and Pakistan, which with whom we are also in contact. Then the next slide, for our export from the EU. So as I said, we have member states using traces to produce their certificate and those which are using their system. So for those using traces, we enabled this module in February 21. And in this year, we have now 8 member states producing their certificate in traces. The last one is Poland. The biggest one is France, and then I would say Portugal should be probably the second one, or Denmark. And we expect soon Finland, Sweden, and Croatia. Maybe Croatia will be the first to come because we have received recent news from them. Then we have the member states who are working from their system. They are in charge of sealing the XML data and send it to traces. The first which was able to do that was Spain, early December 21. They have reached around 5,000 e-Phyto so far, with an average per month of 350, which are destined mainly to US, Chile, Costa Rica, and Argentina. The Netherlands came in production end of 2022. They have reached more than 2,000 e-Phyto, and they are sending those e-Phyto to US, Chile, Costa Rica, Argentina, Mexico, Peru, and Ghana at least. Germany is the new one. They started mid-March this year, and they are sending only to US so far, and they have reached close to 200 fighters so far. We are still waiting for Belgium and Ireland. They have done a lot of tests, but they are still not yet in production. And we have received a recent interest from Latvia and Lithuania. They also want to use their system. Of course, when countries use their system, the work is on their side, and it could be a lot of work and a complex work for them. Then the last slide, which is on challenges. Sorry. I have highlighted 2 of them, I would say, which is the first is that the e-Phyto solution is not a solution that guarantee the compliance of the country. So it means that it's maybe evident, but if before in paper the country made mistakes, the mistakes would be the same with the e-Phyto solution. So, and it's important to understand that also in terms of additional guarantees. So the e-Phyto solution does not control what is sending to the hub. And we have some experience with that. And then the second point is achieving paperless mode. I think this is the key challenge, because we are all using e-Phyto here in this forum, but in practice, we are not achieving 100% of e-Phyto. First, because at least for the EU, we have put additional requirements that is to be sealing the XML data. And this might be difficult and challenging for some countries that are sending data to the EU. And from our side, when we export to outside the EU, it is not because we are able to seal our XML data that on the other side, the country will accept to abandon the presentation of the paper. And this, we have also example of that. So because of the legislation, and because that the legislation imposes on the member states and on the country to pass through traces, we have decided to propose to coordinate the work on the exports, on the EU export. And that's why since October 2022, we are in charge of organizing the sampling exercise which are needed before going in production for our export. So the traces help desk is preparing the sample for the country that wish to receive samples to test from the EU. A test can be done with France, for example, as the country that dispatched the consignment, but it will be the same if it would be from Denmark, from Italy, from Portugal, etc. So one test is enough, and when it works with an example of France, it will work with any other member states. So this is important to note. So we have taken, since our communication to the NPPOs in October 2022, a lot of contacts with a lot of countries. I may have missed some country on the list, but we have started following those contacts, some tests. Of course, after the test, we have to go in production and we have to agree to abandon the paper. And this is the big challenge, because we are all learning on how to do that, how to officialize, to formalize this, the decision to abandon the paper. And this is not easy. We have managed, I would say, since October, only with Argentina. We have exchanged letters with Argentina. I'm happy to say that we can go now paperless with Argentina for our export to Argentina. Of course, on the other side, it's accepted as well. This is not enough. We would like to have more country with a formal acceptance. We have a special acceptance with GB, but it has nothing to do with the e-Phyto solution. It has to do with the acceptance of digitally signed PDF that are accessible in traces or via email between importers and exporters. But we would like to achieve more formal acceptance with a lot of countries that are already connected to the hub, that are already receiving our e-Phyto, and for whom it's difficult to be sure, 100% sure, that we don't need to present the paper. And this is a big challenge for our EU exporter. And I would like that this is solved as soon as possible via possibly an exchange of letter with those importing countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen, for your presentation. It was very complete. I imagine that it's a huge challenge to implement e-Phyto for a region with so many countries, such as the EU. So the challenge must be really big. So thank you very much once again for your presentation. We would like to thank the 4 participants for making their presentations. And now we will have a short Q&A session for anyone who would like to ask any questions to the speakers that made their presentations in this second part. I'm going to ask you, as you ask the questions, please say your name, the organization to which you belong, the country where you're from, especially for the ones who are remotely following this session. We have a question over here. Good morning to all of you. My question before, I'm Rodrigo Aval. I work for Senasa, Argentina. I would like to ask a question for Craig in connection with the information that he showed and the last images of his presentation, where we can see the map of the countries that are connected to the hub, the ones that are exchanging information and the ones that are testing. We understand what is behind that map, behind that graph, and what is a reason for a country to be green or not. So it's confusing in the private sector when you see that there are 75 countries that are exchanging, and actually that country has been able to send an envelope to a certain NPPO, and the information has not been verified if it was correct or not, or if it is being used to release goods. So my question is if you believe that it's somehow that information through any additional data that could be placed or added make this more easily interpreted by everyone and to make the bilateral agreements easier for the implementation between countries.
Yeah, thanks for that question. That's a good one. And there are two ways of approaching it. The first one is, the map is kind of a sales tool, a marketing tool, because it looks kind of good. But in reality, what happens with the countries that are testing, they can, see if their messages are going back and forth and doing okay. And like I said, once they're green, it means essentially that they can at least accept e-Phytos or send e-Phytos. And in the system itself, oftentimes it will say, sending and receiving only, et cetera. But it means that they can do it. It means that the e-Phytos can be read or what have you. But it's up to the country as to what they decide to do. And I have to be honest with you, on one hand, it's the aspect of showing a number of countries being green, a number of countries being orange is kind of a thing for getting other countries on board. I mean, I'm going to be frank. I mean, we want to get as many countries to use it as we can because it's obviously an effective tool. But in some cases, and Australia is a good example, they can receive e-Phytos, but they're not looking at them. New Zealand's another example. They can receive e-Phytos, and they had a system set up that worked functionally perfectly well, but then other parts of the government wanted to do other things, and it raised questions of security, and so they wanted to do some security testing. So New Zealand can send and receive, but until they do finish their security tests, they show up. They're not really using e-Phytos per se. But I've been discussing with them a way to solve the issue so that they can continue to use e-Phyto, and I think we've solved that. But yeah, it's true. It's probably one of those things that we should give a little bit more attention to. But it's also one of those things that we have to allocate the time available to do the things that we can do. But it's a good point, and I think this is something that we'll discuss, with the e-Phyto steering group to figure out a way to give some more clarity to that. But once you're on the system, you can see whether they're capable of sending and receiving. But then, the problem again as well is the issue of the country saying, well, we have to have a bilateral agreement or we have to do something bilateral with another country. The reality is that once a country is capable of sending and receiving, and there are so many ways you can test the system, and we have a testing application, it doesn't matter. You don't have to have a bilateral agreement, except unless you have a bilateral agreement to say, okay, we want to exchange electronically, but you can exchange with anybody. And you just have to have the mechanisms in place to do that, and have the awareness amongst the inspectors at the ports to do that. But yeah, no, it's a good point, because it is confusing, because sometimes China will show up green, and then maybe they exchange a certificate successfully with a country and it'll show up green. But it's a function of getting the technical details an ICC worked out. And I'm sorry for the confusion. But on the other hand, you have to admit it's a pretty cool looking map, and it looks pretty good. And it does help encourage other countries to say, wow, we're exchanging. And in some cases, like Cote d'Ivoire, I told them, maybe you should go help the Australians out, because really they're supposed to be able to exchange, but they're way behind you. So, I hope that answered your question. I know it's not a perfect answer, but I hope that helped.
Muchas gracias, Craig.
Thank you very much, Craig. Any other question for the speakers? We have another question here. Just 1 second. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Fernando Peralta. I belong to SAC from Chile, and I have a question for Helen. I would like to know, or I would like you to tell us what the experience was like to coordinate all the countries in the EU to use the Tracy system. I think that coordinating itself within a country is a complex task, and especially understanding that you have been able to do this with all the countries of the European Union.
Helen, ¿se alcanzó a...
Helen, could you hear the question?
Yes, of course, I hear the question, and thank you. I don't see the challenge every day. In fact, the challenge is also handled because of a strong EU legislation. So there is a mandatory use of traces by all the member states for border clearance purposes. And then for the phyto, even if certain members they have the right to use their own system, they have certain obligation to pass through traces. So we have behind this a lot of stuff for supporting users. We have 22 colleagues behind traces, behind Santé Traces, so the traces help desk, which are both supporting users on a daily basis for the interactive use of traces, but also we have also the IT team, of course, behind, which is supporting the member state which wants to use their system, which are also supporting the non-EU country wishing to send sample to Tracy, because we are checking the samples that we are receiving. So there is a big team behind. And yeah, I would say that we manage because we have a strong legislation that imposes requirements on the member states, and we are also there to make sure that they all comply with those requirements. So, yeah.
Okay, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Helen. Any other question? We have another question here.
Hi, my name is Eduardo. I work at the NPPO of Brazil. So I do have two questions. The first one goes to Dr. Elaine, and sorry, I forgot your last name. And the second one goes to any presenter, that one that feel comfortable to answer it. It's a simple question. Well, I don't know if I got wrong for your presentation, but it seems that the e-Phyto issued through traces do not have the name of the authorized officer and its signature. So is that right, or I got it wrong? And the second question is related to the first one. Is it mandatory to have the name of the authorized officer in the e-Phyto, or is it replaced by the authentication process? Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, Eduardo. Entiendo que esa pregunta iba dirigida.
I understand that that question was addressed to Helen, right?
The first one is to Dr. Elaine. The second one, I don't know, that the one that you.
Okay. Okay, Helen.
I'm sorry, I got the first question, but not the second. But for the first question, I explained that in EU legislation, there is no need of personal electronic signature. But it doesn't mean that the name of the certifying officer is not mentioned in the certificate. It is mentioned, but there is no need of getting a personal signature. It means that there is no, I would say, no verification of the identity by a trust provider of this official inspector. We just rely on the login and password to traces, which is safe enough, or to the member state system. There is a need of electronic seal. So meaning that we need a signature, we need the authority, and in this case, verify the identity of the legal representative of the authority. Of course, here I'm talking about phyto-producing traces. For those who send XML data to traces, then the mechanism is a bit different because we applied a quite a kind of equivalent trust service system, I would say. But to reply to your question, the name of the certifying officer is mentioned in the phytosanitary certificate.
Okay, thank you. And you have the second
can you
question.
can you repeat the second question? Sorry.
Is it mandatory to have the name of authorized officer and its signature in the e-Phyto, or can it be replaced by the authentication process? I'm saying considering the ISPN 12 guideline.
Lean, you want me to try to answer?
Sí, adelante, Chris. Go ahead.
So the name is required of the authorized officer, but they consider the exchange mechanism itself to be equivalent to that person's signature. Like in the EU, they allow or require the additional e-signature, but like for exchanges with the US, the name is required. However, the mechanism itself, we're satisfied, covers the individual signature that would have normally been on the paper.
Okay, I got it. Thank you so much.
Gracias, Chris.
Thank you, Chris. Any other question? We will not have many chances of listening to these speakers. So there is another question here. Good morning. My name is Guillermo Rossi from Senasa. I would like to ask Craig or Christian to see if the steering group has worked on a mechanism to assess the savings of e-Phyto in comparison to the traditional certification system. I saw that there were some economists working the FAO with some numbers and figures. Do you have a certain methodology that could be replicated in the countries to assess the savings?
I'll let Craig answer that one.
Me gustaría.
Yeah, that's a good question. First off, the steering group isn't a bunch of economists, so they would be hard pressed. We'd all be hard pressed to figure out how to do that. I do have a presentation from the economists at FAO with some complicated economic equations that they used to determine what they had. And individual countries, some countries have done some things, some countries have not done some things. Probably the most significant work that I'm aware of so far has been with the Moroccans, and there's a pretty detailed report that we're still waiting to get released. It's completed, it's been reviewed, but it's just we're waiting for the Moroccan government to release the report. But it shows some fairly significant savings. And I know, Christian, you've talked a little bit about the savings that have come about from, the express couriers, they don't need to be used quite as much. So you figure, for a shipment, you don't have to express courier a phytosanitary certificate. But this is truly one of the key questions that we need to get resolved. We've been working to build the system, getting buy-in to the system, getting the system to be used, and now we're kind of there. But now we need to get some of the statistical information available for the outlying countries that still need to get a little nudge, and also to get some more support for the system for the longer term in terms of financial support and resources. So, this is an ongoing issue. We're trying to work with the industry advisory group to get some results from them. But it's one of those things that is another facet of the whole idea. First we had to build a system, then we had to get people to use it and test it, make sure it works, then get people to use, countries to use the system. And now we need to have a broader, more comprehensive understanding of the system and how it affects different countries. Another area, not just financially, it would be interesting to see if there's been a reduction. I know Uganda has said there's been a 100% reduction, no more fraud, no more fraudulent phytosanitary certificates. I'd like to see that. And also if there's been any impact in terms of plant pests getting into countries because of the fraudulent certificates. There's a lot of stuff there that can be researched, but we can only do so much. But it's good that people are interested in that. And thank you for the question.
And if I could add a little bit to what Craig said there, and I think that one of the challenges here with identifying the true cost savings is that in the past, we didn't know how much it cost on paper because we would hand the Phyto to the exporter and how they got it to the importer and how much that cost. We didn't know.
No sabíamos.
But we have already found out some things. And again, I think a lot of it is country specific. We have a live border with Mexico, and come to find out, people used to get Phytos on a Friday afternoon every week, and they would have to buy a plane ticket and take the Phyto by hand to Mexico so they could offload that vessel on the weekend. Well, now that we're doing e-Phyto, that whole plane trip that one exporter had to pay for every week has been eliminated. But we didn't know about that. So there's a lot of internal costs and external costs. One of the things I always say and why the U.S. constantly contributes to the IPBC's project as a whole is we used to spend roughly $250,000 a year in the U.S. on security paper, the printing of it, the storage of it, and the distribution of it. Well, now that we don't use security paper anymore, we've taken a portion of that money that we used to spend and we reallocated it to the IPBC project. So again, I think it really depends a lot of it on each individual country and discussions with your industry on things that they've spent money on in the past that you may not have even known about. And that's been our experience. But I hope that helps.
Muchas gracias, Chris. Muchas gracias, Craig.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Craig, for your explanation. It's a very interesting topic to continue discussing different ways to identify these benefits in terms of costs in relation to electronic phytosanitary certification. We don't have much time left. I don't know if there is any other question that you would like to make. Another question over there.
¿Qué tal? Buenas tardes. Mi consulta va para Helen Klein.
My question is for Helen Klein. In relation to seeds, because we understood that there's an international movement in relation to ISPM, so we would like to know how this has been managed in terms of re-export. Seeds can be stored for a long time, as we understand, and then after some time, this could be re-export to different countries. And also the transit seeds. So how were you able, or what experience have you had basically in connection to this movement of plant products? Thank you very much.
Helen, no sé si...
Helen, are you online? Were you able to hear the question?
I'm online. But I'm not able to reply to this question. I'm not aware of any issues on that, so I don't know.
Okay, thank you very much. Chris?
Yeah, I was just going to say that the system is set up to handle the regular phyto or the re-export phytosanitary certificate. You do attach whatever original phytos were associated with it to create
e-Phytos
a re-export
originales
phyto.
asociados para
So
los e-Phytos de
the system
reexportación.
can handle
El
it right
sistema
now.
puede,
And then trees,
depende
some
de
of them
su
just
país
store all the
particular.
information internally
Algunos
within
guardan
their
toda la
system of
información
incoming
internamente en su
phytos that then
país
they
para
can
los
use
e-Phytos
for re-export purposes in the future. And some countries are actually taking the phytos that they've received and giving them to their industry so that they can represent them when they want to create a re-export phyto.
Okay, gracias, Chris. ¿Había una más?
Okay, thank you, Chris. There was another question over there. Hello, my name is Walter Alessandrini. I have a question for Craig as regards the use of the response messages by the importing countries, the status of the usage, and also a question for Helen in connection to the status of the Netherlands, if they keep on exchanging bilaterally or are they exchanging through traces? Craig?
Who are you? What's your name? I've never heard of you before. Is Walter back there? Yeah. Wally. Yeah, that's Wally. Yeah, well, we're working on that. The country response message. I think it's important. The acknowledgements is a key component. I think we have that embedded in the system to a certain extent. But yeah, that's something that still needs to be done, fully and fully aware. On the GENS demo, you'll see some of the things that are available there that we've made enhancements to. But we miss you. I mean, Rodrigo's okay, but we miss you too. I mean, you're always welcome. You can tag team and be like the wrestling tag team. You can work with us. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Helene says about the Dutch.
Gracias, Craig.
Thank you, Craig. Helen?
Yeah, thank you for this good question and very sensitive internal question or internal sensitive question. The Dutch have managed, as you have seen in my presentation, they have managed to, for their export, they have managed to prepare the XML data and to send it to traces. And you have seen that they have reached more than 2,000 e-Phytos since end of December last year. So it's quite a lot. I don't know what is the correct volume, and I don't know if they still use their connection, bilateral connect. I mean their own connection to the hub. They have the tool to continue to use it through trace. And it's the same in the other sense, that they are able to then load from traces all the certificates that the country are sending through traces. So they have all the tools, but they are still connected with their own system. And as I said, it's an internal issue which we have to solve. Because if you have listened to me, this is not in line with EU legislation.
Okay, muchas gracias, Klein, por la respuesta.
Thank you very much, Dr. Klein, for your answer. I would have a last question before we wrap up this session, because we are very short on time. It's a tight schedule. I would like to ask Donam Kim from Korea about how you handle the contingency plans in case of an urgent matter, something that you need to solve with a country. in the e-Phyto framework, what mechanism do you use? Do you have any mechanism in place?
Donam, no sé si se
Yes.
entendió.
Donam, was the question clear?
Yes. We don't have any special contingency plan too, because we are now commercialized with the USA and New Zealand, and we don't have any special contingent
Ningún
situation
plan
is not occurred.
especial en cuanto a contingencias. No ha
So,
ocurrido ninguna.
Some error about the transmission or
Si hay un
reception.
error
We
en la
have
transmisión, en la
time
recepción,
difference. So
encontramos
during the time,
diferencias.
using the time differences, we solve
Usa
some
esas
problems
diferencias
with
horarias,
the discuss or by
resolvemos
the
el
email with the
problema,
Christian or
discutimos
somebody.
los detalles, nos
We
ponemos
are
en
now
contactos con
more
alguien.
expand other country. So we
Ahora
also
expandimos otros
consider to make
países.
any other
Hay una
contingent
transición
planning about e-Phyto.
sobre e-Phyto.
Ok, muchas gracias, muy amable.
Thank you very much, Donam, for your answer. So we have finished this session. I would like to thank Christian Delis, Helen Klein, and Donam King, and Craig Fetchcock, of course, for your presentations, especially Donam. It's really late. It's 1 a.m. for you, so it's very late for you. So I appreciate the possibility of having you here. I thank you very much for your presentation, and we truly appreciate your presence here. And we will continue discussing on your presentations in the next days. Thank you very much for your presentations.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Bien, si siguiéramos nuestra agenda ya debería-
Okay, according to our agenda, we should have a lunch break. So we would like you to bear with us in this last presentation. We have 2 presentations left by Craig Fetchcock. Perhaps you can do one after the other so that we don't waste any time. And after that, we can have the lunch break. So, Craig, if you can come on stage.
The pressure's on, the pressure's on. Okay, next slide. Next slide. No, no, that most, frankly speaking, all of the information that I'm going to give you is available on the e-Phytoexchange.org webpage. But I'm just going to go over it really quickly, and you can actually see the link is here, e-Phytoexchange.org, the landing page. Next slide. Just the prerequisites, for a country to connect with their national system, they have some certain requirements they have to meet. Basically, they're going to be on the slide after this. So being able to, have a national system that can deal with e-Phytos, can deal with digitalization of documents. And this is the list. And all of this information, again, is available on that webpage. Next slide, please. So, once a country registers, we'll send them all the API information, all the documentation necessary to join, and then they pretty much come on board. Next slide, please. For the gens, it's a little bit different. There's a little bit more information that you need to provide in terms of coming on board. I don't know why I'm looking up there. I can look right down here. But there's a checklist that we put together that countries can use to make sure everything works. Beyond that, though, for any country wishing to join, there are some essential questions that I'd be happy to provide, and I will provide with the sponsors of this, just some generic questions that also are included in what we call the PCE, some basic fundamentals that are necessary for an NPPO that you can also take into consideration. But with the gens, it's, really, it's for countries that don't have the resources to put something together. Next slide, please. So the most important part, there's a document that you need to fill out if you're joining by the gens, but part 4 is really important because it talks about what kind of computer equipment you have available, what type of access you have to the internet, if you can share files between one office and another, and what kind of general IT support you might have. If you don't have sufficient IT support, there's a guy back there, Walter Alessandrini, just call him. I'll make sure everybody gets his number before you leave today. He'll be there to help you out. And that's a little bit of a joke. But he could probably help you if you talk to him. Next slide, please. And, that's the information. So done, quick, basta, So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch on my computer. I hope it'll still be working. And sure. An unknown. All right, join from that's it. Incorrect passcode. You just need a passcode. Let's see. Let's go back to here. Sorry, technical difficulties. It's an IT thing, so it's an IT thing. We got to deal with that. It'll take 1 second. I just need to go to the code that I got.
Tengo que poner el código.
In the meantime, feel free to talk about football. I mean, you guys, if you have questions for the Sinas people here from Argentina about which team for the best. Okay. Okay, I think that's me on the screen. I guess I'm there. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen. Okay. Share. Okay. So I'm going to go to the momentito, por favor. Here we are. Okay. Okay, so this is just a quick demo of the gens because I know everyone is hungry. So I'm going to log in. And there we are. Now we're on the home dashboard, sort of. And you have a dashboard. And this is a little bit set up for me, especially, but they talk about different certificates, things that have been done. This is what we call the user acceptance testing site. But there's also a dashboard that's there. It takes a second to show up, but it'll show you, the different countries that have sent and received phytos, things of that nature. You can get some data for your specific country. This would take a long time to load into my computer just because there's a lot of information that might be there. But this is where you can get specific data for your country. And then we can go to certificate requests. Okay, this is where you would request a phytosanitary certificate, a digital e-Phyto. This is the gens, okay? So This is not a national single window system. This is the web-based system. So I'm live, I'm on the web. I want to create a phytosanitary certificate. It opens up in this page. We want to do it for export, and we'll make it a commercial export. You can pick a name or create a new one. I've been using Bob Marley because I like reggae music, you know, just for fun. And then you can pick the importing country. And sometimes I put, you know, you can just pick one, you know, this is testing, so you can, you know, basically Burkina Faso is going to be coming on board pretty soon. If you want, you can choose transit country. You get a list of all the countries. And then you go next. And this is the consignment. This is going to be a little bit of information about the consignment. So you can do exporter name, you know, just these are all names that people have been made up. Some of them are pretty funny. Some of them are, you know, just they tried to do the best they could. So we'll just pick one. This is from somebody in Hudson, Antarctica, you know, so they're there. And then you can add a consignee in another country, you know, it's, you know, Joe Smith, you know, whatever, Joe Smith imports. And, you know, 1, 2, 3, any streets, you know, in Burkina Faso. And unfortunately, the capital is something like that. I can't remember how to spell Ouagadougou, but I know it's yeah, I think that's it. Burkina Faso. And then you can decide, you know, if there are any distinguishing marks, declare point of entry. If you have a specific port, you can add a port. Anything, you know, with a seal number, what is the expected shipment date? So we can say maybe it's today. Then the transport mode, you have a lot of options. Courier, ocean vessel, let's say, oops, sorry. We can do, we'll just do, say we'll do an ocean vessel. Good enough. If you want to add the name of the ship or the number of the ship, you can do that. So we've pretty much got some of the details regarding the consignment. Then we go to commodities, and this is where you know, you figure out what you want to send. And I'm going to go with something simple. We'll go with apples. And put that down. You can choose the language if you want, put English. If you want to get the botanical name, you can click on, sorry about that, the question mark there. That's the botanical name. And it'll take a couple seconds. If it shows up, it takes a minute to get this up, but anyway, we'll keep going down. Plant part, you can, you know, we can say it's fruits. There's a lot of choices, the condition. If it's depends on what it is, fresh fruits. If you want for intended use, consumption. And then you have options for the quantities, net weight, gross weight, net volume, gross volume, what have you. We could just say, you know, 500 kilograms. Then you can go into packaging. Just to keep it simple, because I know everybody's hungry, we'll say it's involved. And then the place of origin. We know it's the famous Antarctic apples. So you can put down the area. You could add an origin if you want. You can then do treatment if it's been treated, and there are types. You can choose, you know, chemical, radiation, other treatment, pressure wash. name it. And everybody likes to pressure wash their apples. I'm being a little facetious with this. But if you wanted to say pressure wash the apples, you started on the 16th of April, you finished on the 17th of April. There's a lot of flexibility. And I have to remind you, this is something that, I haven't touched before Friday for about a year, but it's so intuitive to follow this along. And if you work at a port, if you've been an inspector, it's very intuitive. You can have additional information, the import permit number, proposed inspection date can be, today. Then you can have additional declarations. There are any number of them. They can be, new ones can be added, etc. You can import it from a previous phytosanitary certificate that you've done. You can add any additional phytosanitary, official phytosanitary information. And then once you're done with that, you can save it. And then you have pretty much what you want to do. You can submit it. Sorry, I'm gonna go back. If you want to put an attachment, say you're doing a re-export, or if it's a re-export, you can add a file, you can add permits, you can add files, you can say what they are, etc. This is also an option. So then you can submit it. Do you want to proceed? Yes, of course you want to proceed. And then it's pending review. So you can check it out. I want to move this little box. So, you can modify it if you want, if you feel like you made a mistake, or if the system tells you you made a mistake, modify it, and then you can just click here. You can switch the location. And then it says you want to, if it's pending inspection, which it was, it'll give you the date of the inspection today, give you percentage of the what the percentage inspected was, what the findings are, if there are harmful organisms found, any action that was taken, inspected and released, other action taken, etc. That's all available on the system. So we can save and we can submit for issuance. So let's see, name of inspector must be defined. So, running into anyway, running into a little problem here. There we go. Done. I forgot to click one thing. So it's ready for issuance. So what we will do is open it. Then I'm going to show you what it looks like when you issue it, so you can print it. You want to print the certificate. It'll take a second. And there it is. Obviously, you're going to have something different in the official world. You're going to have a QR code up in the corner. You'll have the country logo, what have you. But basically, you have a phytosanitary certificate. And it's ready to go. You can print it out in paper form, or you can send it forward through the system, and it goes in a matter of seconds. So it was kind of a fast way of showing you a demo of how to put a Phyto together through the Gen system. But that essentially is how it works. There are a lot of options. I know it's getting late, so I'm trying to be careful with the time. So, but if you have any questions, feel free. And I'm confirming that I'm issuing the certificate. There it is, and it's issued form. Then we go back here, and you can see that the PC was issued today by the applicant, etc. It's in the system and it's been sent. Any questions? Everybody's pretty hungry, probably. I don't know, Stephanie? We got two. I'll probably need to get my translator.
Thank you, Craig, for the presentation. My name is Stephanie Bloom from the North American Plant Protection Organization. Just a question to your earlier statement on needing translation, Craig. Is what you just shared with us what needs translation? So the whole interface to issue the e-Phyto. Thank you.
Well, obviously a lot of the names and they're all there available in whatever language. And but yeah, if somebody wanted to have the whole format done, I haven't used the French or the Arabic version yet, but yeah, it would be nice to have it available.
So you can put Napo down for that job.
Oh, yeah. Very good. It's a big, just so you know, but that's great. It's time. There's time for a lot of things. I think we had one over there.
Sí, ¿qué tal?
Yes, hello. Carlos Arabia from Senasa, Peru. The number of products that could be supported by the system, because I understand that we had some cases of certificates where we consign more than 300 products for one only e-Phyto. And the other question is about the same system. If it allows us, for example, to generate data or to gather that information to obtain statistics. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good question. You can we have a lot of space in the system for additional commodities. I know that sometimes you can have a huge list of commodities. So that is a possibility. Obviously, it's not, so we've taken that into consideration. And now I just blanked out on the second part of your question on the statistics. That, like I said, the statistics are available for the individual countries, and intentionally we only wanted to see the numbers of phytosanitary certificates going through the system, just because the nature of a phytosanitary certificate in and of itself, the treatment data, the treatment information, what treatments are applied to what products for what pests, is very sensitive to individual countries. And so having that type of information, how come Peru is exporting some type of a fruit to another country and they don't have to use a specific treatment? It's sensitive information that countries don't necessarily want to have available for everyone. So intentionally, to get buy-in on the system, we developed it so that we only just see the numbers of phytos going in and out of the system, because countries are more comfortable that way. And then you have access to the data only. If you want to make it available, you can. If you don't, it's totally at your discretion. So what's happened with the FAO economists is they got some information on country pairs, like pairs of countries like Argentina and Chile, and how many phytos were going through. So they can sort of look at some of the economic data of fruits and vegetables, and pretty complicated economic exercise, but that's how they determine the amount of trade going through, etc. But it took them quite a while and quite a few economists to work out the details of that. But I'm happy to give a copy of the presentation they shared, which gives the process that they use. So you can see, and maybe your economists can figure it out, but I have a stepson who's a physicist, and I think it's right up there in terms of complications, in terms of the math involved to figure this stuff out. But they did a good job.
hicieron un gran trabajo para llegar a esto.
¿Otras preguntas? ¿Otras preguntas? Ese es un problema per me perché io parlo italiano, un poco di spagnolo e Luce когда я говорю по-русски.
I'm sorry, the speaker is speaking Italian. Craig is saying, I'm sorry to the interpreters.
All right, so, I'm going to be here, so questions, if Walter's here, Walter is really, I remember the first time I met him in New Zealand, he was brand new and he was just thrown into this thing. And by the time we had everything up and running, he was like one of the guys raising questions that really needed to be asked and helping to answer those too. So, we owe, really the e-Phyto community owes a huge debt of gratitude for the work that Walter did. I can't say enough about the guy. Plus, I just remember how happy he was a few months ago when some team that wore blue and white shirts won the World Cup too. So, Walter, thanks to you, man. That's it for me. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Good idea. I'll leave the meeting. I'll do it sitting down.
Bueno, muy bien. Una vez más, muchas gracias, Craig.
Craig, thank you very much again. Thank you for keeping it brief because we're exceeding the time that has been allotted. And now we're going to invite you to lunch here at the foyer where you had the coffee break earlier this morning. So we're going to ask you, we had 1 hour and 15 minutes, but we will have time up to 2:30 Argentine time, less than 1 hour. So in less than 1 hour, we're going to be back here in the room. So those of us who are joining us online, we remind you of these details. So at 2:30, we're going to be back Argentine time. So in about 55 minutes, so we will meet again here. Thank you very much.
Sí, pueden estar. Sí.
La persona que no está nombrada acá, en los de Ezequiel. Digo, no, Rodrigo Abad, dice que está Rodrigo Abad, Víctor Jara, que es técnico programador, de la dirección de TIC Sofía, de la Dirección Nacional de Aduana de Paraguay, y también va a estar en ese mismo.
Van a ser 3.
Van a ser 3, es Adriana Coronel.
¿Está cerrado?
El Libertador.
¿Vos me escuchás, Kevin? Pasate al 1 y respóndeme. Ya sé, Kevin, ¿todo bien, loco? Listo, pasate al 2.
Estoy en el 2. Ah. Dale, dale. Dale, dale.
Listo. Ahora, Kevin, pasate al inglés y... Pará, me paso yo también. ¿Estás en inglés?
Sí, está en inglés. Hi everyone, we are here. We try to change in Zoom. Hello everyone, we are here. Okay, we are here. ¿Por qué me escuché doble? Yo ahora directamente estoy en inglés. Sí, en inglés no.
Hago el micrófono en español.
Listo. ¿Y el otro micrófono está apagado? Listo, vos estás en español ahora. Listo. Listo.
Ya. Que vaya español ahora. Que hable en español.
Está en español. Listo.
Que hable.
Está hablando en español. Está bien, boludo. Pero vos, porque...
Ahora directamente estoy en inglés.
¿En inglés?
Sí, en inglés.
Ahora no estás, Kevin.
Ah, perdón.
Listo. ¿Y el otro micrófono está apagado? Claro, boludo.
Vos estás en español ahora. Listo. Pero...
No, es esto, boludo.
Está en español. Listo. Listo. Está hablando en español. Ok.
Hay algo que está sonando acá, boludo.
¿Está en inglés o en español ahora?
No, pará. Listo. Tenés abierto, boludo, el YouTube. Listo, chao. Listo, no te quedes por eso, por eso.
Dale, decirle que hable. Vale.
Habla habla en español, ahora. Un cachito. Fíjate que acá te tiene que entrar. ¿Sí?
¿Te habla? A ver.
Espera. A ver, habla de vuelta. Fede, que te apague. Sí, boludo. Fede, ¿me habilitas el español?
¿Es habilitado el inglés también?
Sí, habilitame todos. Sí.
Dale, Kevin. Perfecto.
Hola.
¿Listo?
Perfecto.
Subiste el volumen ahí de inglés y veamos que no llegue el español. Que siga en español. Subiste volumen.
Listo, dale.
¿Te hable?
Pasate al español, no. al inglés, Kevin.
Acá estoy. Hello everyone, we are here. Hello everyone.
Kevin, habla en canal de español. Decime español, español, español. Decime español, español, español. Ya está, Kevin, tranqui. Ahora vemos cómo lo solucionamos. Tranqui, tranqui, ahora vemos. Espera. Sí. 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 Sí.
No, quiero decir que no, que es la conexión entre el Zoom y el YouTube. El problema es
Sí. Bien.
Definitivamente, pero Adobe no tiene esa, pero no tiene esa visión de la importancia de tener las normas visibles, aquí está la guía, ¿no? Aquí está el learning course, aquí está todo para que usted haga la norma, si tome el uso, quizás.
Pues, pero es un debate que está, por lo menos está instalado.
Está instalado con micro y
bueno,
Cheque que sí, sí. Check, sí. Check, sí.
Estoy pensando en vos, horrible. Ya. Horrible. Gracias. Ya.
Uy, ¿dónde dejé mis papeles? Hola. Ahora hay que hacer esos 30 segundos para...
Ya sigue aquí. Súper presentación, la vas a ver ahí. Bueno, y lo mismo, pero vos para no tener que dar vuelta a la cabeza, te la ponemos ahí, ¿entendés? Para que no te tengas que dar vuelta. Ahí la vas a poner. ¿Qué pasó con el mensajito de Chile? Bueno, largamos. ¿Largamos? ¿Sí? Bien largo, ¿eh?
Bueno, vamos a dar inicio entonces a la sesión de la tarde.
Okay, so we are going to start the second part of this session. Let me remind you that we're going to have in the rest of this afternoon 2 presentations more. And after the break, we're going to start with the presentations of each of the countries. So then we're going to ask you to be ready for that. We're going to call your names to make your presentations. Next, and following the agenda, we have the live demonstration of exchange through the hub. I'm going to invite Rodrigo Abad of the National Directorate of Plant Protection of SENASA and Victor Jara. He's an IT expert programmer. And from Paraguay, Ariana Coronel, she's an IT expert of the single window development area, and they're going to demonstrate how to exchange through the hub.
Bueno.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you? So we had the 6th turn. We are going to make a live demonstration of how the exchange works by issuing center to a system that receives it through the hub. We're going to do this first, an export from Paraguay to Argentina, and then we're going to create a hub. We're going to send it to the hub and to show you how Paraguay receives the document through the hub. Before my colleagues from Paraguay take the floor, I would like to explain one feature. They have a single window system. Paraguay operates in the hub with single windows. So it's not just the NPPO connection, sending the certificates to the hub and receiving the documents to the other system. So possibly some of you have the same connection procedure. So I thought it was worthwhile telling you. If you have any questions, you can tell them, or you can contact them later. So Adriana, she's going to make this demonstration. Good afternoon. Here we have the view of what the hub is. I'm going to show that we do not have any pending issuance today. This is a service for a manual delivery. This is for testing purposes. That was sent. e-Phyto 511104. And we can see that it was sent and its delivery is pending. I would like to stress that we have, for production, we have an automated service. Every 10 or 15 minutes, all the e-Phytos that are incoming are sent automatically. They are sent to the hub. So here we can see how the XML was created with all the tags and all the fields that are necessary. I'm going to give the floor to Rodrigo, sorry. You will see us coming in and out of the hub all the time. So what I'm going to do, this certificate is pending for delivery in the dashboard, in the user for Paraguay. I'm going to log out and I'm going to log in once again. I am going to go to our production area. And we're going to see, I have to share my screen first, sorry. So there it is. I don't know if you can read from the back. We have the outgoing certificates and the incoming certificates, the ones that are received. I'm going to go to the incoming certificates and you're going to see, okay, this is the dashboard. This is a testing environment and we're going to have one certificate. I don't need to apply the filters to show all the statuses. There's only one. So if I filter by date, the 17th for today, and I refresh, I have this one, which was just delivered, 511104 on the 18th of April. We have it in our hub. We have a configuration for the certificate to arrive from the hub, and it is immediately sent to us. And I'm going to show you now our IT system, information system. You can see that it has been delivered we can see that the certificate has been received. And I'm going to show you in the same system how our inspectors at the offices can view that certificate and can understand that certificate. This is a testing release of our system. We use it for exports, but I log in here because from here we can view all the certificates that we send and we received. And in this tab, certificates, there is an option to query received e-Phytos. If I filter by Paraguay, that 511104 certificate should appear. This one, the one that you can see, it has just been received. It's a phytosanitary certificate. It has been issued. It is available. You can see also that you have the different statuses of the certificates. It is available, but with errors, fields that are empty and should have been filled in. The system automatically identifies this. This was not the case. We prepared one that was correctly made. So we have the option to view the XML document or to print the PDF document for the inspector to see it. And this opens up. It is downloaded. Here we have the PDF with a similar format to what Christian Delis showed before. It's harmonized, it's standardized. And basically what changes, apart from the name and the code, is the origin of the sender. We have the information of the phytosanitary certificate for you to check the documents at the point of entry of the goods. I show this in the export system, but when we have a country where we are sending and receiving certificates in the import system, we have that IT system. There is a country that is detected. A country is using e-Phyto with Argentina. And instead of giving the chance of the external user to attach the PDF of the certificate that was originally delivered in paper, they have the option to have a number. With this number, we go to the e-Phyto viewer, and it is attached to the import procedure formality. Those numbers, the format of certificates have numbers and letters, combinations of alphanumerical codes, for example. And at present, we have a code. For Paraguay, we have 6 digits, and there are no letters. Users have to enter 6 digits, and if they enter a letter, they will get an error message. I am here now, so within the export system, I'm here, as you can see, that I have logged in for the office of Clorinda. We have pending jobs that require actions by SENASA. So I go to pending jobs. I have 2 certificates that are pending. When we have a configuration of a country to which we are issuing e-Phytos, there is a time, the life cycle of the certificate from the moment it is requested, sent, accepted. There are 2 paths. Either you print it or it is electronically issued. So you have a chance to print it, and for those using e-Phytos, you can issue it electronically. The button can be pressed by an inspector, the person who would be signing the paper format document. So we do not have a way to print a certificate or an original certificate in the conventional way. There is a way that you can change the issuance, but what is usually is if you have a configuration for e-Phytos, you cannot print paper documents unless they are copies. I have 2 certificates that are pending to be issued electronically. I'm going to show you. This is the button that you need to click, and I'm going to show you how it's done. The ones that you can see here, you have all the information of the certificate. As you can see, so I have a button here, which is issue electronically. I'm going to click. I'm going to issue the certificate electronically, and we're going to go to the hub once the process is completed to see that this certificate has been successfully issued. That's the message that we're going to get. There, in green, the certificate has been electronically issued successfully. The one that you can see here, I can view it. And I'm going to have some statuses that we may see. We may see if the certificate is in the hub or not. No, it doesn't appear now. So maybe I have chosen an incorrect tab. So we're going to enter the hub now. I have logged in. We're going to go to the outgoing certificates. I'm going to type Paraguay. And I'm going to choose all tracking info. I'm going to choose today's date. I'm going to refresh. And the certificate that you can see here, the one that we have just sent, is 1429464. Is in the hub, but it appears as delivered and received by our counterpart. We're going to see how they view it, but it has been sent, delivered, and it has been received as well. So would you like to enter the hub? Yes. Good afternoon. This would be our access, the environment where we receive the certificate. The application is the same. We have our user. Now we can view what we receive, the incoming certificate. So let's filter by today's date. It doesn't appear as pending because, as my colleagues mentioned, there is a process that is running, and whenever it detects a pending e-Phyto, it runs the process. So we insist on our database, and then the user, as you can see here, it is delivered. So the importer, the user, the interested party of this e-Phyto with this numbering can enter the single window for importers. And with this number, with this certificate number, they can obtain the certificate. And as my colleagues said, Rodrigo, it's very similar to the PDF view. So they can print it, they can take it to the corresponding entity for verification purposes. So they are going to show in Argentina their system, but on our side, we can also show you in the production environment, we have a single window. So the importers enter and they have something similar. They can query by number, and they also have a PDF view that can be printed. Okay, with this, we have the demonstration. I would like to show you something that is interesting. When we query the certificates, I'm going to enter the production environment, not the testing one. There are situations where the system detects automatically a failed delivery if there are any errors. And something interesting to see is how many of those situations may be happening. For example, the certificates that we are receiving from Paraguay. I'm not going to use a long filter. Perhaps from the 1st of March to today, all tracking info, all the certificates, and it's going to say 994 certificates. When we queried this some minutes ago, it was a different number, so it changed, it was 991. So we see here that it's delivered, and we can check if there is any pending delivery. No pending delivery, as you can see. If there is a failed delivery, the reception, we don't have a failed delivery either. Delivered with warnings, we don't have that either. So we can check from these 994 certificates sent through the hub, could be read, and the automatic controls by the systems did not detect any faults, any failures. So the 994 were delivered. So on our side, that's it. We have nothing else to say. So I don't know if you have any questions.
Bueno, gracias, Rodrigo.
Thank you, Rodrigo, Victor, and Adriana for your presentation. In case you have any questions, please write it down, because after the following presentation, we're going to open up a Q&A session for the two presentations. Now I'm going to invite Rodrigo Robles, e-Phyto coordinator of the Agricultural and Livestock Service from Chile, delegate of the Technical Group for Electronic Certification of COSAVE, delegate for COSAVE, and coordinator of the Electronic Certification Working Group in the Inter-American Coordinating Group for Plant Health, GICSV, and member for the Latin American and Caribbean region of the e-Phyto steering group of the IPPC. Rodrigo, whenever you want, you can come on stage. And we would like to hear about the connection experiences, the design of the operating system, and future challenges, thinking about how we can support 100% of paperless, phytosanitary paperless in the world. Thank you, Rodrigo.
No funciona. Al revés. Hola, bueno.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm a little bit nervous. In the morning, there were huge experts led by Craig, Alessandrini as well. I'm like an Argentinian player against the Chilean player against the Argentinian team. So Craig has everything So I will try to say something more. And the title, I think that is futuristic in a way. I think that I'm going to go into the more humane aspect of this to see people here. Ruben from Panama over there, Stephanie. We have been in contact, Craig, of course. And the idea, in effect, is to visualize 2.0. I participated in the 2018 seminar here, where we were thinking about lack of trust, confidence. And nowadays, we're in a different stage. Most of the countries are already connected, and with our work in our team, we're thinking about complete paperless procedures. So the objective of everyone here is that. That's the line, that's the path for us to do away with paper, to have the maximum benefits of 100% paperless procedures. And in this context, we have the statistics that we are processing in Chile, where we can see that we have 70% of our certifications electronically, and the remaining countries, Brazil, South Korea, Ecuador, Canada, we have conversations with them, and we hope that throughout this year, during this year, we can move forward. So this is not so futuristic. It's a reality that is very close to us. Even more so, because of the situation. Craig, this is a famous map that he referred to. We see that in general, America, North America, Central America, and South America, and the Caribbean, we have moved forward at a global level, where we can see that the countries that have not connected are already registered: Bolivia, Brazil, Canada, and we hope that they can join to this circuit soon. And the human aspect, as I said, so the people who were in 2018 working on this dream, and this dream became real. And this is continuous work with the Inter-American Group for Plant Cooperation, the GISCV. We are all the time articulating, getting together, coordinating to achieve our goals, so that all countries, all the NPPOs can join the e-Phyto. So Stephanie is here as a president of the GICSV through NAPO. So I would like to tell you that we have done a great job to support the countries that need this little push, as we say, in order to join and to come on board and to see our faces, to become more human. And the e-Phyto, the hub system, is going to be the answer, the technological response of today. Those who work with plant protection are people. And in this sense, this group has worked very well. We have done very interesting things, and I would like to share all these things with you. Through the GICSV, we conducted a survey, and we're happy because 28 countries from COSADE, from South American, from OIRSA, Central America, 90% of CAFSA and NAPO answered this survey. And we wanted to know the reality of this region to focus our efforts for cooperation to help attain the objectives of every country. So these are all the countries that answered the questions that were key in terms of in what situation, what current status they were in connection to the e-Phyto, but we also wanted to see what their view was, their opinion, the challenges, the needs. And this is summarized in the following charts. So we asked, what is the e-Phyto status of each country's in the hemisphere, and we realized that we gathered very interesting information, very valuable information that we're using for our following steps. We see that 51.7% have their own systems to respond to the reception, the sending of certificates. 31% of the region is using the generic system that was described by Craig in the morning. I'm going to go fast because it's just a chart, but we can see that what means of exchanging do you use? 52% use the hub of the IPPC, but there are initiatives like the Pacific Alliance that developed an exchange platform, and we're operating with Peru, with Colombia, with Mexico since the year 2018, a little earlier, and it works perfectly. And we see that there are some countries that use a point-to-point. So they transmit from one NPPO to another, and this is a reality as well. And as regards the e-Phyto status in your country, 53.6% are in production, that is, they're exchanging, they're live, they're using this kind of certification. We see that 21.4% are already testing and ending those tests in the short term. And there is a percentage, 25%, that has no system. And in effect, here we can focus our work. We also asked, in your country, is the transmission of electronic phytosanitary certificates carried out through the single windows? Windows are a reality. I have talked to my colleagues in Brazil, and it's a platform, intermediate platform that participates with all the requirements of an import or export. And the results say that there is a trend towards using these kind of solutions. In Chile, we use the single windows. In many countries, they use it as well. So we need to consider this within this kind of connection. Greg mentioned this very well, and how the hub is interacting with single windows, interacting with traces, which is an intermediate system as well. So these are data that we find really interesting. We also asked if the NPPOs are capable of receiving the electronic certificates. That's very important, because when you think about paperless, doing away with paper is not a certification for export. It's also the possibility to receive and to be able to use this information of the products that we are entering into our country with all the steps that are required to do this. And we also have a second section to establish what kind of cooperation or support can we identify for our future work. And here we saw these results. We asked if they required support for testing, and there is a percentage, 44.8%, that says yes, and 55% that says no. They're clearly in a situation where they are familiar with the connection, they know it, so it's like another stage. We also asked what type of activity to consider necessary that would help to e-Phyto implementation. This is part of the reality of this event. The workshops are a way to exchange face-to-face, live, with all the contributions and the usefulness of this. And of course, we asked the question about the activity scope, national workshops, regional, international, etc. And the majority said that doing this kind of things, face-to-face meetings among all the countries in an interactive way, we hope that the result of this workshop is as fruitful as the one in 2018. And we hope that this is going to be like this. We know it's going to be like this. And within this futuristic vision, thinking about paperless, we ask questions about the improvements that we can identify. Parts of this dynamic in these 3 days to see where our demands are going to meet the objectives, in this case, phytosanitary objectives. So 62.1 of all the ones that answered said that yes, that they needed improvements. So after this part, I go to the following title in my presentation. We're talking about ideal situations. We're thinking about the future. This was the year 2018, remember? So 2018, we were idealizing, imagining the best ways to do this, always in non-tangible ways. But that's how things start, with good ideas, with work, with effort. So I think that we're on this stage now. It's a second step, trying to visualize, to imagine how we can construct the future of e-Phyto, of electronic certification. So in this context, design, operating systems, and future challenges, I think that these are the topics that are going to be repeated tomorrow in the practical section. So I would like to show you this scheme where we have an exchange system. We have the hub, and many countries like Peru have alternatives like the Pacific Alliance with the single windows and the bilateral connections. Next, please. So this is part of what I said before, the use of the single windows, a challenge for coordination, articulation beyond the NPPOs with customs offices, with the inclusion of other certificates. And it's part of what we need to consider, what the exchange systems are going to be in the future. In that context, within GICSV, our objective was to establish a contingency plan, as I said before, thinking about the paperless operation. And this has been strengthened and become stronger, because in practice we have found ourselves in a situation where transmission does not occur, and e-certificates are not transmitted, or there are other variables that we are trying to identify and correct. But in practice, this document has allowed us to solve trade issues or requirements within NPPOs to be able to exchange food. And this is a document that has been approved, and it is used by different countries, and we're trying to disseminate, to spread its practical use. Its practical use is supported by case studies. When the electronic certification fails, there are contact points of the NPPO. There are alternatives, which are transitory, because there is an absence of e-Phyto there. So we have the steps to follow. This was hugely successful in the region, but with Europe, in particular with France. Julian Rodriguez is here, so we found solutions where our certificates did not appear in traces. With Helen Klein, we're talking about the possibility to establish a procedure that makes it possible for the 27 countries to send certificates electronically to our countries. When we do not receive them, we can have a tool that allows us to have a continuity of the process of imports. So this is available, and this has been part of the objective of the GICSV management team as a working plan. So when we think about the structure, I would like to share with you that we are trying to define how we organize ourselves within our NPPO, how to assume the challenge of going paperless. How do we operate the change of paradigm, not having stamps or signatures or like the old-fashioned way of having paper certificates. So we're trying to give this continuity, and I talked to some of you to give continuity to the expertise that is being gained. Technology is essential. There are mutations. I consider myself to be like that. So we are learning. We are learning technological terms. We have a health perspective because of our background. But as for IT people, they're learning every day about the language. They are solving problems. But in Chile, we're trying to find solutions in the long run, future solutions for problems that still continue. So this is part of the processing we have in our office, databases with valuable information. These are statistics. We take XML, the certificates from the hub, and we work on processing these certificates to deliver interesting information, not from a statistical point of view alone, but to our authorities, inspectors, to make the best decisions possible. And we are viewing in the future new applications. We're testing within XML and the data what we can do. And this is a dream. We're going to go beyond a future. In our opinion, we can use this with traceability of products that allows us to know where the food is, the products are from Chile, and where the products come from, and imports of food products. This is a demo version. We're trying to make this possible to show the routes that our containers take and the certificates around the world, and the line that we are really working hard on. And a challenge that our friends from Senasa, Peru, and in other areas have is to fix a transit problem, a problem that is present in our country. Chile is a very thin country, so our country, some countries need to go over Chile to take their products out. So we have the information that they need to have better control. So we have a tremendous tool here, a great tool. This slide shows products from Argentina. We take this information after processing the data, and out of 2,720 certificates, Argentina sends to us 1,500 more or less. The other ones are the ones for transit. Those are products that we know that this volume enters, but we don't have a system that tells us that they are exiting our country. So we have a language, we have a technology that can help us do this. So this is a global concern. At the UN, we are working on the transit field, and e-Phyto is identified there as a potential, a possibility. So as a region, we are contributing the actual situation, the experience that we have. So Senasa, this is great. We have to move forward and provide the vision of our region to be able to solve the transit situation. I am a veterinarian myself. The excellent work that is being done in the phytosanitary field, the OECD papers, there are conclusions. We have to follow these models. So we have moved forward in e-Phyto, and it's going to facilitate the animal solutions, the veterinarian solutions, because we can use this way of communication ourselves. So as a conclusion of this idea of going 100% paperless, we have challenges to support and improve our system. There are many IT experts, and they can tell us how our systems are working. In the case of Chile, they are old systems that have been adapted to the current situation, but perhaps they are not the best systems. So we are trying to create an electronic certification department with identity, resources, continuity to materialize this crazy idea for the sake of our institutions and our country. To have infrastructure, flexible systems that allow for this transmission through different channels. So you don't have to put all your eggs in one basket. That's what I think. e-Phyto is like a great iPhone 10 mobile, but there's going to be a 20 version or 30. So we need to get ready. We need to take all the advantages and benefits of technology to be able to solve the problems related to certification. We are thinking about automation to make it easier for inspectors to do their work, vets or agricultural engineers, to stop doing paperwork and to focus their efforts on identifying pests or diseases. We're thinking about transit, re-export. We have a pilot program with the Netherlands to materialize in terms of seeds the possibility to use this XML message with the possibility to attach documents like Christian Delis mentioned in the morning, to be able to manage, to have the traceability of all the passages of those seeds through the countries. We're improving the channels of communications with interesting parties. We want to share this snapshot, this key information with this private sector, with the industry. We are developing ways of providing the information. They are the owners. There is an initiative in that area. And finally, continuously checking technological alternatives. IT experts are here, so maybe they say that this is obsolete. It's going to be part of the discussion tomorrow. There are QR code alternatives. You can find alternatives just around the corner to provide security for senders, for addressees, and to prevent fraud and the misuse of this sanitary certification. So that is all. I don't know if I took too long, but I thank Argentina for giving us the space to get together, the Latin American countries, to share, to eat beef, and to talk about football. Those are things that you Argentinians do greatly, and dance tango, like you mentioned, Craig. So thank you very much.
Bueno, muy bien, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Rodrigo, for your presentation. Now, we're going to give the floor for some questions for the speakers that did the live demonstrations they have, and for Rodrigo Robles. So if you have any questions, would you like to ask anything? Do you have any doubts, anything that you would like to share with the speakers? Experiences as well, why not? Hello, a question for Rodrigo Robles. The presentation has been excellent, very clear, lots of information, very, very good. My question, in one part you showed that there is a very large percentage of countries that believe that improvements are necessary. About 50%, if I'm not wrong. Those improvements that are proposed by the countries are repeated? Are they very different improvements or enhancements? Are they concentrated in 2 or 3 specific improvements? Do you have any information about that, Rodrigo? Yes. Yes, because of time constraints, we just asked if you identified improvements, and it wasn't just yes, we asked which ones. So clearly, what you mentioned, the message that is through the hub, being able to send from the NPPO's acceptances, rejections, replacements, even information that are important from a sanitary perspective. There were also reportability statistics areas, and it's going to be used as inputs for the practical session tomorrow. And we will see what things come up in this workshop. We are going to be in the IT workshop tomorrow. Okay, thank you, Rodrigo. Any other question? No? Okay. Well, in that case, we thank the 4 speakers for their very detailed presentations. Now we're going to have a 20-minute break. So we ask you to be punctual because we are delayed by 20 minutes in our agenda. And then we're going to continue, as I said before, with the presentations by the regional plant protection organizations and the national plant protection organizations. We will not be able to finish them today, but just going to start them. And tomorrow we will continue with the presentations by the countries. Those of you who are online, in 20 minutes, we are going to connect again. Thank you very much.
Empezamos con una reconexión remota. Sí. Sí. Ahora después necesitamos el mando bonito y la producción. No, no para mañana. Ah, por cierto.
Como cosas como vos digas, vamos a hacer el primero. No, entiendo que no está previsto.
Bueno, el escenario, podemos sacar una foto en el escenario. ¿Se puede? Sí. Okay. ¿Se puede? Te voy a agradecer. Sí. Dale. Sí, esta
¿Toco ahí, no?
Sí, el 1, el 5 igual de acuerdo al ángulo.
Pero
ahí,
acá.
Sí.
Está bien, eso. ¿Para qué voy a dejar esto?
Perfecto. Sí, ya lo mandé. Silencio.
Que por la luz de atrás no se llega a leer gran cantidad. Se veía como se van ustedes.
Bueno, retomamos.
Okay, let us resume the workshop, the last part of the afternoon. For the next speakers, I'm going to give the floor to Rafael Mendieta from Paraguay. He's going to introduce himself. He's going to moderate the presentations by the NPPOs and the RPPOs as well. Good afternoon, I'm Rafael Mendieta. I'm from the National Plant and Seed Quality and Health, SENAVE from Paraguay. I am a delegate for my country in the technical group of electronic certification of COSABE, and I was also asked Ezequiel because he's tired of introducing people, so it's my pleasure. He's a friend of mine. It's just a joke. So let us start with the presentations. We have presentations for 10 minutes of the regional plant protection organizations about the current situation and the future perspectives. To do that, we're going to invite Juliet Goldsmith. He's a specialist in plant health of the Caribbean Agricultural and Health and Food Safety Agency, CAPSA. She's going to make a presentation remotely. As she gets ready, I would like to tell you that CAPSA is made up of Antigua and Barbuda, Bahamas, Barbados, Belize, Dominica, Grenada, Guyana, Haiti, Jamaica, Montserrat, St. Lucia, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Suriname, and Trinidad and Tobago. So we're going to give the floor to Juliet. So whenever you're ready, please go ahead.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Oops. I'm hearing myself. Is that okay? Okay, let me try again. Okay, great. Okay, good afternoon from Suriname, and thank you so very much for the opportunity to be here and to share a little bit on what is happening in the Caribbean relevant to the e-Phyto solution. I am also very sorry I could not make it in person, but maybe next time. Okay, I was hoping I could share my screen myself. Is that okay? Oh. All right. Okay, I will go ahead. So I will be providing you with a bit of background. You heard how many members we have in our country, but also because I realized that although our integration movement has been around for quite a long while, there are many persons that are still unaware of who we are. Then I will mention a bit about CAPSA, and then I will go into looking at the status of implementation of the e-Phyto solution by the CAPSA members, and a little bit on our future projections as it relates to implementation of the solution. If you will allow me, I think I will take my video off just to preserve a bit of bandwidth. Thank you. Next slide, please. All right, so as it relates to the Caribbean community, next slide. The Caribbean community is, as is on the screen, an intergovernmental organization that is also a political and economic union. And you heard before a list of our member states. We have 15 full members, 4 nation states, and 1 that is an associate, a British overseas territory. We have 5 associate member states, and we also have 8 observer countries. So those countries that are highlighted in yellow are the full members of the Caribbean community. Next slide, please. The community consists mostly of small island developing states, most with small to very small to very, very small populations. So you will see we have approximately 19.2 million persons, but over 60% of those live in Haiti, and almost 90% live in just 3 countries. And I say that just to give an indication of how small the populations are, which means that the MPPOs are correspondingly small, and also that the agricultural sectors within our countries are quite small as well. We do not export a lot of agri-food products, but we do import a lot. We import over 80% of our food. And this is understandable when you consider that tourism for us is the driver for economic development within our region. And so we import enough to feed not just our population, but also the 30 or so million visitors that we get to the region annually. Next slide, please. PAFSA then is an institution of the Caribbean community, and it was established to provide 3 main functions. One, to strengthen the agricultural health and food safety systems, and that is as it relates specifically to trade and the SPS agreement to facilitate the flow of intra-regional trade, but also to allow our countries to be able to trade with third countries and to safeguard against the threat of and manage the incidence of plant, animal, and human health risks inherent in the conduct of trade. It is as it relates to the third action, the safeguarding action, that PAFSA is also the regional plant protection organization for the Caribbean region. Next slide. So in 2018, as some of us would remember at CPM 13, PAFSA was recognized as a regional plant protection organization, the 10th and so far last RPPO to be so recognized. Next slide. Right, so to the meat of the matter, the status of the implementation of the e-Phyto solution. Next slide. Sometime last year, I did a quick survey of the level of implementation of the ISPMs by our members. And the table that you're looking at shows the top 5. Not surprisingly, phytosanitary certificate is the number 1. But it also gives us an indication of where we are in terms of implementing the ISPMs. And it says 11. I don't think I mentioned earlier, but we have 14 contracting parties to the IPPC. So this is 11 out of 14. It doesn't mean that the other 3 are not implementing ISPM 12. It just means that maybe they did not report at the time. Next slide, please. So, status of implementation of the e-Phyto by the CARICOM member states. We have 6 countries that are currently exchanging e-Phyto. We have 4 that are down as testing, 1 simply as registered, and 3 unregistered. So in looking at our perspective for the future, I am going to look at it within the context of those member states that are either testing, registered, or unregistered. And I'm going to do a little bit of deeper dive into the why they are where they are now. Next slide, please. The next one. Just one more click. So, yeah, yes, please. Yeah, that's okay. The next one. All right, this slide is just giving you the one before an indication, a visual look at those that are exchanging, registered, unregistered, and what it looks like on a graph. Right, I'm conscious of the time, so I'm going to go very quickly. Next click. Sorry. Could you just go back a little bit, please? Could you go back one slide to the, yeah, the next one? Yes. Oh, you have a PDF version, so it's not animated. I'm sorry. Okay. All right, let me see if I can do this with what you have. There are a number of countries that were indicating that they were testing. And I should explain that in 2019, we had an e-Phyto workshop where a number of countries were invited. We went through the onboarding process and what it would look like. And at that workshop, some countries started testing. Some have not moved beyond that process. So for example, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, while they're listed as testing, they have challenges that have prevented them from moving beyond that space. So for St. Kitts and Nevis, their issue is as it relates to their legislation. Currently, they do not have the appropriate legislation that allows them to use electronic signatures. So that is something they're working on to upgrade their legislation to allow them to do that. Grenada has started the process, and they're hoping that for 2023, they will be fully on board and exchanging. They did, I think they did contact somebody from the IPPC, and they have submitted their onboarding information. They're just waiting now to complete that process. We have as unregistered Barbados, Suriname, and Haiti. Those countries are actually working on their single window, and they're waiting until that process is completed before they move to the e-Phyto solution. So again, it is a priority. It is just that they're hoping that something will come before. Antigua and Barbuda, they have again made contact and started the process. However, they're sort of in a transition phase right now, and they have had issues with officers leaving. So they're trying to consolidate their staff complement and hope that once that is done, again, the projection is for 2023, they will be able to move forward with the e-Phyto solution. All right, next slide, please. Right, so just my concluding statement, next slide. Really just to say that 6 of 14 IPPC contracting parties that are CAFSA member countries are currently exchanging e-Phyto. The other 8 are in various stages of preparation for the process. Constraints that are being experienced include inappropriate legislation, not having adequate equipment and facilities, and competing priorities in that they are dealing with other issues first. However, all our contracting parties are committed to using the solution in the future, and CAFSA, as well as other regional organizations such as the Caribbean Plant Health Directors Forum, the FAO, ICA, we are continuing our advocacy. We're working with the countries and assisting them as much as possible to implement the solution. Next slide. And that is it. Thank you very much for listening.
Gracias, Juliet.
Thank you, Juliet. Juliet, we ask you to stay online just in case there is any question. But before that, I would like to invite Katy Rojas, Head of Plant Health of the General Secretariat of the Andean Community. The Andean Community consists of Bolivia, Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru. So I give the floor now to Katy. Thank you. Good afternoon to all of you. I would like to thank the organization for inviting the General Secretariat of the Andean Community to share the experience that we have in connection to the Intercom project. It's a community interoperability project that goes beyond electronic certification, e-Phyto. It involves other aspects that are going to be developed as we move forward with the presentation. The Andean community is an international integration organization. It has a regulation framework of the Andean agricultural health system. And as regards millions of Andean citizens that are protected, and this includes Bolivia, Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru, the regulation framework of the agricultural health system is connected to Decision 515. As regards the background for this project, it has been a requirement from the Andean Parliament of the year 2019, 2020, and 2021, where we identified the need to boost the procedures connected to foreign trade, a digital agenda, and to reactivate economic growth through the definition of a roadmap that allows to establish this project, the Intercom project, as I said before. As regards the regulations for this project, we have Decision 770, which is a trade facilitation in customs matters, Resolution 1467, the strategic plan for the Andean community as regards trade facilitation in customs matter, and Resolution 2093, which is the strategic, the harmonized procedures for phytosanitary certification for export and re-export. And as part of the problems that we have identified, there is no harmonized or unified mechanism between the Andean countries to exchange information for foreign trade, and the high costs for these transactions as regards the paper, the transaction of documents, etc. The Intercom project involves several services for the countries. We have among them the single customs declaration, the declaration of origin, all the documents that are connected to customs, the phytosanitary certificates, etc. Everything that is involved with foreign trade. And this is also related to more than 4 million documents that are issued a year. This is a slide about the backgrounds of the coordination. That is when we started the process. To create the project started in 2021, and now we are in a development phase. So we need to go through a stage related to harmonization, which is a process where we have been working with the member countries for each kind of procedure, and we need to develop the IT infrastructure, and then we are going to do the validation testing. So in connection to relevant information for the development of this project, in connection to phytosanitary certificates, it's related to the name of the field, physical, as it's called, the digital field, the compulsory nature of the data that are going to be exchanged, the length, the number of characters that each field should have, the type of database, the regular expressions in XML. And to get to this stage, we had several meetings with the member countries, paying attention to how we were going to develop this work. So we requested the export certificates, the import permits for every country to start the harmonization process. And we developed the database, and they had the idea of going for an hub option. that is used in the IPPC. So we use that dictionary of data. We started working with this. We had discussion meetings to see which fields were going to be shared, because initially we thought about the export certificates, and then we decided to include the import permits as well as part of this exchange of data. And for phytosanitary certificates for export, we have the functional requirements, which are connected to the methods that were developed for each of the services that are going to be provided. For example, in case of functional specifications of phytosanitary certificates for export, we have the issue of the format, the request of the format issue, the history of transactions, the cancellation of a format. In the case of the import permits, we have functional specifications, that is to send the form, the query of the form in the database, sending the request of the form, the history of transactions, and the cancellation of a format. And as a schedule of the progress or what we expect for the future in relation to the implementation of the project, here we have the phytosanitary certificates. We were in the 4th or 5th place, and now we are May the 12th, we finished with the functional requirements. And we started with the testing that are going to be conducted until June the 30th, the quality tests. And then we're going to go to the trial period that will start on the 30th of October. And then we're going to develop the rest of the documents and the training up to the 30th of October. This is the timeline that we have, the term, we have the module for this project. And well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kathy. Now we will have a Q&A session. If there is any question for Kathy and Juliet, who is online. Does anyone have any question? Okay. So let us move on with the agenda. We're going to start with the presentation of the NPPOs. We're going to start with an alphabetical order. So I'm going to invite Juan Martín Vivas. Juan Martín is part of the Directorate for Plant Foreign Trade and the National Directorate for Plant Protection in SENASA, Argentina. Hello, good afternoon. I'm going to tell you about the current situation of the e-Phyto implementation in Argentina at the moment. At present, we exchange e-Phytos with 35 countries. As was mentioned today in the morning, we started with Chile in May 2020. Then we continue with the US, and then we had Sri Lanka and other countries. In April 2022, there were 27 countries from the European Union for exports. And at present, out of these 35 countries, we exchange e-Phytos with 16, both for imports and exports, and the other ones for exports. So we have new additions to receive e-Phytos as well. So those are the figures in terms of the issuance of e-Phytos since its implementation. This is the same, but this has to do with the reception of e-Phytos. Here we can see the evolution. Since the implementation of the e-Phyto solution, we can see that it increased year after year. We can see the number of e-Phytos. Last year, there was 37% of electronic phytosanitary certificates. In 2023, out of 25,000 certificates that have been issued, 39% of them have been electronic. So we can see an evolution here, and we can see an increase in this implementation. As for the steps forward to implement electronic phytosanitary certifications, it's a decision of both countries to start an agreement. The organization of work to have a working methodology, to have online or on-site meetings to develop systematic quantitative tests in the beginning. First, we check, we verify for some time the number of certificates that are issued, and if they are the same that are received in the other country and vice versa. Once we have adjusted this kind of tests, we go to the qualitative tests. That is the correct decoding of the XML, and the final PDF, that is what the inspector actually downloads. Obviously, this leads to adjusting information systems. There are always things that need to be adjusted, and once everything is up and running, we conduct tests with Peru and Bolivia. We prepare and we agree on a contingency plan, and also the presentation to authorities, and then implementation and the follow-up of this system. And as for the goals that we have for the future, we're working with Peru, Bolivia. We are in different stages for the tests that I mentioned before. We hope, we expect more countries to connect to the hub, and we are available. We are willing to receive any country that is in a condition to start testing and for a future paperless program. So that would be all. It's a very short summary of the situation. So thank you very much. Thank you, Juan. Does anyone have a question for Juan? No. Saved by the bell. It is because of the clock. The clock is ticking. Now we're going to ask Rodney, he's the National Head of Registration and Phytosanitary Certification for Export, and Guido Garcia León, both from the National Agricultural Health and Food Safety, SENASAG, from Bolivia. Good afternoon. As regards the presentation, where we have to show our experiences in connection to e-Phyto, well, to solve this problem of being part of e-Phyto, we have tried to be protected by our rules or regulations to enter this electronic system, the electronic certifications. And to do this, as an NPPO, we have regulations. We have a law number 2061. It creates SENASAG as an operating structure within the Ministry of Rural Development and Land, and within our Supreme Decrees number 25,729 that regulates our organization functioning, operation. Also, we have a regulatory framework in terms of agricultural and livestock health. We have a law number 830. So it deals with the fees that we charge for our services. So these regulations support our mission, which is to support, to improve the health condition of the productive wealth, both in terms of forestry and agriculture, to guarantee food safety. The vision as SENASAG is a service that provides a service of excellence that is trusted by the nation, has credibility at a national and international level to improve and protect agricultural health, forestry health, and the guarantee of food safety. We have long-term objectives in connection to the issue of electronic phytosanitary certificates. In this case, as a general objective, we want to protect, prevent, and eradicate pests to improve the phytosanitary condition of the agricultural wealth, always considering that our phytosanitary condition is protected. We also have specific objectives, which is to verify the phytosanitary condition of the plant products for export, ensuring the importing countries that they are free from regulated pests. Also, in terms of specific objectives, we inspect the products and subproducts of plant origin and to their processing and packaging. This helps us to create registration systems to control all the activities related to phytosanitary certification, all traceability measures. And finally, with all this service that we provide, we want to provide a better, faster services. In terms of international agreements, we have been adopted our regulations framework at the national level. So we consider each topic, each item, so that in relation to electronic certification for export, the e-Phyto, we check the characteristics, what we need in specific terms so that NPPOs can issue an phytosanitary certificate and it can be traded in a legally and transparent way. And to do this, today, as of today, because of this trade of plant products with the neighbor country, Argentina, we are having a constant trade of goods, and the same with Brazil, Chile, Paraguay, Peru, who are also members of COSADE. So that is why we are constantly updating the information, and we see that e-Phyto is essential so that we can exchange and certify. In addition, the quarantine inspection area has also been working with us. So I'm going to give the floor to my colleague who's going to refer to this specific area. Hello. Good afternoon to all of you. So let's continue with the presentation of the status of implementation of e-Phyto in Bolivia. Initially, we have adapted all our systems that we have at SENASAG so that we could have the connection to the hub. After having this connection, we did the tests. And as you can see, the national system, SENASAG, has the capacity to issue the e-Phyto certificates in its own system. As you can see on screen, we have the countries that are sending the certificates. In other, we have the capacity to issue, to receive them, and to show it on the borders with inspectors to show the physical certificate. Next one, please. Once we concluded the implemented, we move on to the quantitative tests. And for this, in May, as you can see on the slide, all the certificates that were issued in production in our national system were more than 800 certificates issued that month. So that guarantees that our system is issuing correctly to the hub, and also the reception. After these quantitative tests, in more detail, we move on to the quantitative tests. And the qualitative tests, can we move to the following slide? In the qualitative tests, we have 10 certificates that are being reviewed in detail. Once we finish this phase, we will move on to the implementation in the production phase. Initially, we're doing this with Argentina, and then, depending on the results, we will share electronic certificates with the other countries in the region. Next slide, please. So, as a conclusion, we can say that we have worked on the configuration of the connection credentials, signing credentials to the hub, and also the tests of the exchange through the hub, and also the reception of certificates. So those stages were possible with the support of all the countries in the region. Paraguay, with its IT team, helps us a lot, Argentina as well, and the other countries. We always require them to send us certificates to see if we're doing the issues and the receipts correctly. So after this, it would be pending to obtain the access credentials for the hub in production, then the configuration of those credentials, and then to enable the exchange of certificates through the hub. That is the state of implementation that we have in e-Phyto by SENASAC in Bolivia. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rodney and Giver. Any question to any of them? That's good. I hope that tomorrow, when I make my presentation, no questions. I can ask you now if you like. Rodrigo, please stand up. Before anything, I would like to thank the representatives of Bolivia for wanting to cooperate with Argentina to conduct these tests and to implement e-Phyto. And I wanted to ask them, so far, what was the greatest obstacle, inconvenience that you found in connection with electronic certification? Thank you, Rodrigo, for your question. Initially, we had inconveniences with the credentials, the key to be able to connect. There was a tool, and when we implemented in our system, there was a configuration missing. So that resulted in a delay. Then we made some adjustments with some countries, and we were able to sort this out. Any other question? Okay. I would like to invite Marcelo Leiva from Brazil, of the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock from Brazil.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marcelo Rivas from the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock. I speak Spanish, English, Italian, so there is no problem in speaking Portuguese, right? So I will try to speak slowly for you to understand me. Okay.
O desenvolvimento do sistema para emissão de certificados fitossanitários começou no Brasil, acredito que volta de 2018, 2019, mas isso, infelizmente, ele acabou sendo interrompido e algumas partes ficaram feitas e outras, enfim, pelo tempo que passou, nós acabamos sentindo a necessidade de fazer uma nova estrutura. Então, nós hoje optamos por fazer uma reestruturação de dados que nos vai permitir automatizar os processos, porque nós temos uma grande quantidade de certificados emitidos pelo tamanho que o Brasil tem e pelo fato de nós sermos um país que exportamos muito. Então, pela grande quantidade de informação, nós tentamos fazer uma nova estruturação de dados para que fosse permitido a nós automatizar alguns processos e ter alguma vantagem no processo de emissão.
The speaker is making his presentation in Portuguese, so unfortunately there will be no interpretation into English.
Esse sistema que é da Secretaria de Comércio Exterior, ele se encontra muito bem desenvolvido, já está amplamente testado, sobretudo na parte da exportação, e ele tem uma série de serviços que permitem ao Ministério da Agricultura e aos outros órgãos que controlam as exportações acessarem muita informação. E a gente tem sempre uma proposta de tentar facilitar ao máximo para o exportador todo esse processo de exportação, aproveitando todos os dados que ele já informa por conta dos serviços aduaneiros da nossa Receita Federal, que é a nossa aduana. E então, para evitar que os exportadores tenham que informar novamente os dados, a gente apenas solicita que eles complementem alguns dados que são necessários para a emissão do certificado. Então, hoje nós integramos com o Portal Único, com um sistema que a gente chama de CCT, que controla as cargas que entram e saem dos recintos aduaneiros, e ainda integramos com o sistema mercante, que é apenas um modal marítimo, por enquanto, que trata dos manifestos de carga. Então, há uma checagem de todos os dados antes da emissão dos certificados fitossanitários. A conexão com o Hub já está feita há algum tempo. Alguns países já enviam os certificados para nós. Infelizmente, a gente, apesar de estar conectado, não está disponibilizando essas informações nem para os nossos inspetores na importação, e isso a gente já se comprometeu em reuniões passadas, que no momento em que colocarmos à disposição o modal, o sistema para fazer as emissões de certificados na exportação, também vamos disponibilizar em tela para os inspetores os certificados enviados. Nós recebemos muito dos Estados Unidos, Chile e Argentina. Então, a gente já tem essa conexão com o Hub feita. Esse não é um problema. O problema maior para nós foi realmente essa reestruturação de dados, que é uma coisa um tanto complexa, e que, se no primeiro momento isso atrasou um pouco o processo, ou atrasou muito, mas a gente acredita que, na medida em que estiver pronto, vai trazer um bom resultado, tanto para nós quanto para os países que vão importar, porque acreditamos que a informação vai sair rápido e vai ser uma informação com qualidade e confiável. Essa é a nossa expectativa. Eu coloquei para vocês aqui mais ou menos uma estruturação, evidentemente que isso é muito do Brasil, ou seja, essa forma de fazer, mas acredito que isso seja muito parecido com os outros países. Como eu havia dito, todo o fluxo de informação que inicia lá desde a emissão da nota fiscal, da fatura pelo exportador, entra no sistema aduaneiro, isso já tem uma série de informações que o exportador já é obrigado a colocar. Baseado nessas informações que ele coloca na exportação, que já vem desde a fatura que ele emite, como, por exemplo, a NCM, e acho que quase todos devem estar familiarizados com esse termo, que é a nomenclatura comum do Mercosul, o sistema harmonizado de números que define uma mercadoria. Então, baseado nessa NCM, ele já é direcionado aquele carregamento para um determinado tipo de produto, que foram as duas coisas que a gente criou nesse modelo novo, que foi um banco de produtos, um banco de dados de produtos, que é baseado nas NCMs e em outras questões, e um banco de requisitos, que são os requisitos que são colocados nos certificados fitossanitários, declarações adicionais, tratamentos, todos estão registrados pelos órgãos competentes dentro do Ministério da Agricultura para tratar do assunto. Então, isso já faz com que a gente consiga, em muitos casos, problemas no preenchimento dos dados, o próprio sistema já devolver para o exportador na janela única a informação para que ele corrija, porque o sistema é capaz de fazer essa verificação, e também permite que fique tudo padronizado, que os certificados saiam exatamente iguais, desde que seja o mesmo produto para o mesmo país ou que tenha os mesmos requisitos. Então, todo o tratamento hoje para emissão do certificado é feito dentro da janela única. Então, eles, os exportadores, no momento atual, no planejamento atual, eles não acessam nossos sistemas internos. Eles acessam a janela única, que conversa com o nosso sistema, e o nosso sistema devolve para a janela única, facilitando para eles vão ter um único lugar para emitir todas as informações e recebê-las também. Então, o CCT ali, exportação, eu falei para vocês aí do fluxo, né? Quer dizer, ele emite fatura, a fatura emite a documentação aduaneira, esse LPCO aí, que são as licenças que cabem ao Ministério da Agricultura, tudo isso feito na janela única, e essas informações vão ser utilizadas pelos nossos sistemas para fazer o gerenciamento de risco, vamos dizer assim, de que tratamento deve ser dado em cada carga. Tratamento que eu falo no sentido da inspeção, de como deve ser feito, enfim, do cuidado que deve ser feito. Uma vez autorizado aquilo, o sistema vai fazer a emissão do certificado fitossanitário em vários casos, inclusive automaticamente, depois que o inspetor autoriza aquela carga, à saída do navio, o certificado será emitido e enviado pelo meio que deva ser enviado. E aí a gente fez questão de colocar aí que ele pode ser impresso, ele pode ser um arquivo assinado digitalmente pelo Ministério da Agricultura e enviado eletronicamente. Eu coloquei ali entre parênteses e-Phyto, porque nós já fomos, inclusive, sondados por alguns países em relação à possibilidade de envio bilateral. Então, ou seja, nós fizemos o sistema, nós planejamos o sistema para que ele permita, no futuro, se for o caso, se for o desejo de algum país que bilateralmente queira fazer essa troca, isso também ser possível. Por isso, nós tivemos um cuidado muito grande na reestruturação de dados. Bom, isso tudo que eu estou apresentando para vocês é um sistema que está em desenvolvimento, tá certo? Nós temos um cronograma, que é o que eu vou apresentar. Peço desculpas, que eu acho que ficou muito pequenininho aí, mas vocês vão acreditar no que eu vou falar. A gente está... Como existe uma integração muito grande com os demais sistemas, a gente acaba ficando um pouco preso a essa disponibilidade das integrações. E isso acabou atrasando um pouco, mas nós acreditamos que, como está posto aí, acredita em mim, acho que vocês não conseguem ver, mas que para setembro, certo, a gente deva estar, esse é o cronograma, em produção. Creio que em julho nós iniciaremos testes, aí eu peço até assim a gentileza dos demais países que nos ajudem nesse processo, que será muito importante. Já tive a oportunidade de conversar ali com o Chile nesse respeito, para que a gente possa fazer alguns testes de trocas de certificados e a gente possa fazer as correções que, evidentemente, vão aparecer. A gente sabe que é um desafio grande, sobretudo no formato em que nós estamos propondo, é uma estrutura de dados muito complexa, isso tem nos tirado um pouco o sono, mas é o que a gente precisa fazer, porque a quantidade de certificados hoje que nós produzimos é muito grande. Nós temos unidades de fronteira nossa que chegam a emitir 1.000 certificados assim, no intervalo de uma semana, com poucos inspetores. Então, acaba sendo aquilo, né, que se dá muita importância ao papel e, claro, aquele tempo vai ser tomado das atividades que a gente deveria se concentrar. Então, essa é a expectativa do Ministério da Agricultura do Brasil, de que a gente ainda esse ano, no terceiro trimestre, a gente vai conseguir, sim, iniciar em produção. Nós vamos começar em produção por uma gama de produtos, né, de grãos e frutas, para a gente iniciar os testes, ver como funciona, para logo em seguida poder entrar com os demais produtos, ok? Muitíssimo obrigado a todos e fico à disposição aí para as perguntas.
Thank you very much, Marcelo. Any questions for Marcelo? Okay. I'm going to ask now Rodrigo Arellana Barras from the head of the Regulation and Phytosanitary Certification Department. So we're going to give the floor to him from the Agricultural and Livestock Service of Chile. Good afternoon to all of you. My name is Rodrigo Barra. I work in the Regulation and Certification Department from the SAG. That's why we are users of all this development by the electronic trade section. First of all, I would like to refer to the benefits that have been mentioned before, but these are the practical benefits that we have seen with the implementation of the electronic certification. There is a saving of time and resources for the NPPOs. As you know, the economic resources are scarce, especially public institutions. So we have had actual savings in paper, and that is translated into resources that can be allotted to other activities. We also have some streamlining agility. It gives security to the importing countries to be able to check online and in real time the content of the phytosanitary certificates. There is a decrease in the possibilities of fraudulent documentation because it's very difficult to falsify electronic certificates, to forge them. We have also seen a decrease in the workload of the authorized officers. Authorized officers are those officials who issue the phytosanitary certificates. And we are an exporting country. So all year long, we're exporting plant products. We have periods when this activity has a great concentration depending on the species that we are exporting. When we have these peak periods, the use of electronic certifications decreases this workload of these officials or officers. This has also allowed the importing countries to detect document errors and to allow for their correction. So there is no delay of the products in the final destination. So the NPPO, in this case, we can issue a phytosanitary certificate that cancels and replaces the other one without the need for interested parties to return the paper documents. At an industry level, we reduce the operation costs, and we also speed up the admission of goods in its final destination. So a representative of the exporting association, Fresh Fruits, you will also see a representative of seeds exporters, and they're going to make a presentation about the benefits and what they see from the perspective of the Chilean system. And all these benefits lead to an increase of the willingness to negotiate with different countries. So we're always trying to increase and to join countries in this electronic phytosanitary certification. In this chart, I would like to show what the phytosanitary certification process at SAG is. So we're starting with the verification of the prerequisites for export, so at the level of the facilities or production site, to move on to the authorization of the establishments. These establishments are the ones that request services for verification of the condition of the status of the products to be exported. So we have different activities here, and we verify that the products to be exported meet the requirements of the country that are going to receive the products. This is approved through a phytosanitary inspection or through a quarantine treatment, and we proceed to the release in the points of exit. So there are some officials who verify this means of transport, both from a document and an on-site way. They issue the phytosanitary certificate, finally. So we have several IT systems that we have created throughout this time. We have been exporting for many years now, and we need to have them integrated in order to arrive at electronic phytosanitary certification. These are issued at the points of exit, not at the points of entry, both from air, sea, or land. Some statistics in connection to global phytosanitary certification of Chile from the year 2016 to this year. There is an average of 160,000 certificates issued. The main countries where we issue the certificates: the United States, China, the Netherlands, Brazil, South Korea, England as well. And then we have broken down through sector: the vegetables, the fruit, grains, flowers, followed by forestry products, and then reproduction material, seeds, bulbs, etc. And if you specify this for species, the main species is the grape, followed by the apples, cherries, radiata pine as a forestry product, followed by other fresh fruits. As regards the certification and distribution by kind of certification, most of the certificates issued are done through an electronic certification, followed by the digital certification, and there is a percentage of that don't have electronic or digital certification. Those that do not have electronic certification with Chile, some of them are important because of the volumes that we export, like Brazil, South Korea, England, Taiwan, and Ecuador. With some of them, we have started negotiations to arrive at an agreement. As part of these integration initiatives, SAG issues electronic certificates using the single windows with Mexico, Colombia, and Peru. There you have the dates when we started doing this. And by means of the e-Phyto solution with Argentina was the first one, as it was mentioned today, in May 2020, the United States, Sri Lanka, the European Union, Costa Rica, Dominican Republic, Paraguay, and Panama. So what are we working on right now? We're doing connection of paperless work with Russia, Korea, Indonesia, Ecuador, Honduras, Thailand, Brazil, India, Canada, Australia, among the main ones. So Ecuador and Brazil are highlighted in green because these are the countries, especially with Ecuador, where we have moved forward quite a lot. And Brazil, also we had a meeting some weeks ago, so there is an agreement to move forward in a fast and an expedited way. We have also started working with countries from the European Union to implement paperless e-Phytos for import, with countries such as Ireland, the Netherlands, Denmark, and Portugal. Something that Rodrigo Robles mentioned, there is a pilot for e-Phyto seeds between Chile and the Netherlands for re-export. Seeds are re-export to a large extent, so they may involve 4 or more countries. And for us, it's important to be able to establish an e-Phyto for re-export so we can have better traceability of the seeds. And we are also working in the transit area. Last year, because of the pandemic, the transit increased because of logistic problems in some ports, in some countries, where different alternatives, different ways are sought. And transit for Chile has been important, above all with Argentina. There are some fruit that leave Argentina and go to other countries, and they go through the Chilean ports. So we are exporting to Europe and to other countries through Argentina. And countries that export to Argentina then arrive at Chile. So transit, as you can see, in the last year has been very important, and it is a fundamental part of our processes. So that would be the current situation. So thank you very much. Thank you, Rodrigo. Any questions for Rodrigo? This is the time. Then I have a piece of news for you. Okay. Okay. So I give the floor to Ezequiel. Okay. We do have a question. Rodrigo, my question is about the percentage that you showed in the slide of electronic certification that was around 75%. Does it contemplate all the different options that you have? Do you have an estimation of how much that is done through the hub? I have to check that, but that has to do with the number of certificates issued. But I can answer that question later, if that's possible. One question for Rodrigo. At a moment, you made a distinction between digital and electronic certification. Can you please explain the difference? The use of QR code, that's a digital certification. It's not an electronic certification. So that's it.
So I have a question about the presentation that you are exchanging with Taiwan. And that's a real interesting situation coming from the UN and IPPC, because I know that many times Taiwan has asked to be a part of the e-Phyto hub, and because of UN rules, we can't talk to them even. We can't, integrate with them. So I was wondering, are you exchanging in the same XML format as the e-Phyto, or have you worked a different system with them to exchange phytosanitary certificates? How does that work with Taiwan? And please don't let anybody know what FAO that I even mentioned Taiwan, because they probably get in big trouble. But just curious how that's working, because they're a big importer and exporter, so it would be interesting to see. Obviously, it's a political issue, but it's interesting to see that you're able to work that out. So I'd like maybe just a little information.
That graph showed the countries without digital or electronic certification. And the size is the number of certificate issued in paper format. So with Taiwan, we continue working in a paper format. Greg, we sent to Hong Kong. Is that the same example? Is it the same? Ezequiel, you have the floor. Thank you, Rafael. The piece of news that was being mentioned before, this was the last speaker in the day, so what probably he means that this is good news for you. So how do you take it? Do you agree with him? So I would just like to close this day. We're going to resume tomorrow, so I would like you to participate, to ask questions. A number of questions were asked, and I think that we can have more interaction. So please be brave, ask your questions, take the opportunity to dispel any doubt that you may have. So tomorrow we're going to continue with the other countries. Unfortunately, not all the Latin American countries have been able to be here. Most of them are here, but not all of them. That's a pity, actually, but I hope that some of them can join us virtually to follow the activities of the workshop. So to close this session, I would like to thank the authorities, the experts, the speakers who shared their knowledge and experience throughout this day. I would like to remind you that before you leave, to give back the receivers in the accreditation area when you first entered in the morning, and they will be given back to you tomorrow. We will start the session here at 8:30. We're going to try to be punctual, so please, at 8:15, be here so that we can start on time at 8:30. I would like to thank all the people who joined us online in their countries. So we also look forward to sharing with you all the presentations tomorrow. The presentations by the NPPOs. We finish our streaming here, so we wish you good evening, and I will see you tomorrow.
Gracias.